Prayers.
Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliament for the welfare of society and just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servant whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church. Amen. Clerk, Clerk, yes?
Correction and approval of record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 7 July 2025.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, Tuesday, 7 July. Tuesday, 8. Okay. Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 8 July 2025. Order, honorable members. Order, please. Honorable members, order. The record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 8 July 2025 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move a motion for the correction and approval of the said record of votes and proceedings? Member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move a motion for the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 8 July 2025 be corrected and approved.
Any seconder? The member for Fonyi Brefet.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 8 July 2025 be approved. Any issues or observation from honorable members, and honorable members may do so by show of tags. However, we will be looking at the record with page by page and beginning with page 1. Honorable members, on page 1. Can we move to page 2? Honorable members, page 3. Yes, member for Nyamina West.
Thank you, page 2, Honorable Speaker. After where you have number 1, correction and approval. Tamsiru Cham, member for Oppa, Fladu West. Tamsir
Which
Cham.
number? Which number, honorable member?
Number 1. Where, you are page 3, yeah? Number 1, correction and approval of the records of votes. Under that, paragraph 2, under that, where you have seconded by Honorable Tamsir Cham, member for Upper Fladu West.
All right.
Correct it, Toby.
The bottom of page 3. It should be member for Lower Nyomi. Any order? Any other observation on page 3? Can we move to page 4? Page 4. Page 5. Page 5. Member for Woolly East?
Yes, page 5, number 4 at the top is clause 43 stands part of the bill. What do you have there is stand.
What? 40.
4. 2. That clause 43 stands
Okay,
part
close.
of the bill.
43, the stands to be stands part of the bill. Have you seen that? All right, any order on page 5? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Tuesday, 8 July 2025 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, we may proceed. Clerk, let's proceed. Gender.
Questions for oral answers.
Honorable members, in accordance with Order 14, I'll hereby vary the order paper and of course begin with the Minister for Gender. Honorable members, as per order and order paper and order 41.1 of the standing orders, today is question for oral answers. Furthermore, as a reminder, clause 43 of the standing orders limited supplementary questions to 7. In total, 2 for the honorable member asking the question and 5 among other members. Therefore, we will proceed with His Excellency the Vice President and honorable ministers scheduled today to give their oral answers. Thank you. Clerk, we may proceed. And as I stated earlier on, I hereby vary the order paper.
Thank you. Questions for oral answers. The Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Welfare.
Honorable members, questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Welfare. Honorable Minister, you may take the podium. Honorable members, questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Welfare by honorable members for oral answers. Question number 207 of 2025 by the honorable member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Welfare update this August Assembly on the rationale behind the delay of the external audit exercise by the National Audit Office on the Women Enterprise Fund Initiative?
Honorable Minister, you may go ahead.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address this August Assembly on the matter concerning the delay of the external audit exercise by the National Audit Office on the Women Enterprise Fund. Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Gender, Children and Social Welfare acknowledges the importance of timely and regular audits in promoting transparency, accountability, and sound financial management with public institutions and government funds, such as the Women Enterprise Fund. On the rationale behind the delay of the audit exercise, I wish to provide the following explanation. One, the pre-audit preparations and documentation. At the 13th meeting of the Women Enterprise Fund Governing Board, held on the 24th of December 2023, it was resolved that the external audit exercise by the National Audit Office be further delayed until all necessary audit requirements were fulfilled. This decision was made in light of the understanding that documentation and capacity needs, including the recruitment of key personnel to support the WEF operations. The board targeted March 24 as the time frame for meeting these requirements. To staffing and manpower constraints. In the 2025 manpower budget, the Ministry of Gender successfully secured approval for the recruitment of 3 additional staff for the Women Enterprise Fund. And these are 2 recovery officers and 1 enterprise development clerk to support the fund's growing operational needs. Prior to this, the Women Enterprise Fund was being managed only by 2 staff. However, the implementation of the general recruitment embargo affected the timely hiring of these approved positions, further delaying internal readiness for the audit. Expiry of the term of the Women Enterprise Fund Board. The question arises at a time, the question arose at a time when the term of the Women Enterprise Fund Board had expired in January of 2024. In accordance with the Act, that's the Women's Enterprise Fund Act, the Ministry requested nominations from relevant stakeholders and subsequently submitted proposed names to the Office of the President for approval. I am pleased to announce that on June 13, 2025, we received official approval from the Office of the President. The inauguration of the new board is scheduled for next week, a critical milestone that will enable the Ministry to proceed with the institutional activities, including engagement with the National Audit Office for the external audit. Following the inauguration, the Ministry will immediately initiate coordination with the National Audit Office to commence the audit exercise. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry remains fully committed to the principles of good governance. We recognize the critical role of external audits in safeguarding public resources and enhancing public trust in national programs. As a flagship project of the Gambia, the Women's Economic Empowerment, the Women's Enterprise Fund will continue to operate in full alignment with national accountability frameworks. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for okay. Thank you. Member for Latikunda Sabaji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, what the Honorable Member asks is about external audit. Though it's like you place most of your answer on the internal mechanisms for this audit. I cannot see the relationship between board preparation to govern an institution and that institution readiness for external audit. Can you please tell us what significance will that board that is coming to be instituted will have on this particular exercise?
Thank you very much. The presence of the board for the audit exercise is critical. At the time that we got the letter for the audit exercise, the term of the board had expired. And then we cannot interview any of the board members because their existence then was illegal. So this is the reason why we try to constitute a new board so that just to make sure that there's legality for them to be able to respond to any other questions. Because without the chairperson of the board and other members being questioned during the audit exercise, the audit information may not be accurate. Thank you.
Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, my question would be, has the delay in these disbursements, has it had any ripple effect when it comes to the women beneficiaries? Has it had any impact on the process?
Not at all. Work is ongoing. Disbursement is ongoing, and the staff are following the groups to mentor and coach them, and payment of the loans are also ongoing. It didn't affect the operations in any way. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I think the issue of delay in administration sometimes can be a very serious thing. And my question is, why do you have to wait until the expiry of the board members or their term in order to write to the office of the president to institute another board? Thank you.
Thank you very much. According to the legal framework of the Women Enterprise Fund, when the time of the board members expires, we must write to institutions explaining to them that the term has expired, and for them to renew the membership, they have to write to us about other members, proposing other members. And once that is complete, it must be sent to the office of the president for approval. Remember, the Women Enterprise Fund is governed by a bill, an act of parliament, which you approved here in October 2020.
Who is that? Mayor Fradekunda. Can you take the laptop out? Take it out of the Can you send it out of? Can you take it out of this? Honorable Minister, please proceed. Yeah, Honorable Minister.
No, it was answered, maybe not
All right,
exactly what I want.
Member for Woolly East, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I would have thought that the board of the enterprise, not every member of the board of the enterprise term has expired. I believe the chairperson or another person, at least there is a structure. So why don't you use that structure to carry out the audit exercise?
Thank you very much. Members of the board were all appointed at the same time. Yeah, so their term expired on the same day, and there was no board member. As a result of that, the audit exercise wouldn't have taken place. So it's important for the board members to be in place, for the auditors to also interview the chairperson, the deputy, and others as to how they govern the affairs of the enterprise fund.
Question number 208.
All of them. It was all of them, including the chairperson.
Question number 208 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bondali.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Welfare inform this August Assembly if her ministry has any plans to abolish the prevalent situation of children begging in the streets, especially in Jara Soma, Farafenni, and Amdalai?
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, the issue of children begging in the streets is a big concern to the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare. We strongly feel that children have two places, home and school. They should not be in the streets begging. As for those at the border villages, it's a big concern to us. As a result, we have engaged UNICEF so that we can organize or conduct an assessment of all the majlis and the daras around those areas. And we've gone very far with that. We've made the advertisement and people have applied. 2 days ago, there was a short listing conducted of institutions that we will hire to do the assessment. In that, we are going to go into each and every majlis across the country, not only those around the border villages, and do a comprehensive assessment to see the welfare of the children in those majlis. Because we visited 1 or 2 during our monitoring visits, and the conditions are not very favorable. So now we want to do a complete assessment of the entire country and see how the majlis are being operated. Where do the children live? What is the sort of food that they eat? How are the sanitary conditions and everything? Because we are very much concerned about the welfare of the children. Based on those findings, we'll come up with appropriate measures to address the issue of children begging in the streets, especially in the border towns of Farafenye, Soma, and Amdalai. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, this is a very big concern. So how soon will you conduct this exercise?
2 days ago, the shortlisting of the institutions was conducted, and we'll meet next week, do the appointment, and the work starts right away. Because it's a big concern to us, especially in view of the fact that about 2 months ago, there was a break, there was an in an institution somewhere around Brufut, some of the children were infected with some kind of health sickness, yes. And then just last week, we also learned that in one of the majlis in West Coast region, there was a fire outbreak, and where they lost one of the children, and most of them have sustained wounds. So this is a big concern to us. So we really want to see the condition in which they are. The one where there was the measles outbreak has been closed down by the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. And the one also where there was the fire outbreak recently has also been closed down. So it's a big concern to all of us. That's why we want to conduct a complete assessment, not only those along the border villages, it's the entire country. So we know what the concerns are and try to address them accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now give the floor to the member for Fonye Councillor.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, Gender and Children Affairs, being the unit of children, as you have said, 2 things involve home and school. Your ministry, has it engaged by one way or the other with the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education regarding this with Amanat? If it is not, what will be your plan to make sure you start from the educational status quo involving madrasas, where Amanat is also core in making sure some of these irregularities are also averted?
Thank you very much. We don't work independent of the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. We work closely together. In fact, when we came up with this idea, we consulted them. We met together at the Ministry of, met with UNICEF, and we all agreed that there should be an assessment of all of these institutions. Madras, Amana is not within us, but they are under the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, and they were also involved. Even this assessment of those who have applied, the shortlisting, they were also invited for the assessment to make sure that we hire the right institution or institutions to do the assessment of all the madrasas. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Member for Banjul North, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the response. But Honorable Speaker, there is a saying that success happens when our dreams are bigger than our excuses. And the truth of the matter is the original, that is the parent question, is talking about children on the streets. What is the ministry putting in place to make sure that they work on the agenda that talks about zero tolerance of children on the streets?
Thank you very much. The question that I answered is in connection with those at the border villages, Umbrella, Soma, and Farafenye. Yours is being generalized. And again, the question I answered is about those who are begging in the streets. Yours is being generalized for all children in the streets. That's a difficult one to handle, but it doesn't mean that work cannot start. It will require a lot of work, and it will involve the work support from the National Assembly as well. So that we all work together and then work with the families and other institutions who also have a stake in children's affairs, more especially Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, and manage the DARAS, and then we come up with a solution to that. It's not going to be easy because parents have to make sure that they don't allow the children to be roaming in the streets. So for that not to happen, we need to know why children are the parents are allowing their children to roam in the streets. So that's going to be a comprehensive program that we are going to develop together with all of you, and everybody will have a stake in the implementation. It won't be easy. I know it won't be easy because we have to do a lot of work. First of all, we should know why children are roaming in the streets, and then where are the children coming from. From there, then together we can develop a comprehensive approach, which is going to be multi-sectoral. Everybody will have a stake in that. The National Assembly, the schools, Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, the donor partners, and also the community themselves and the families where the children come from. So everybody has a stake in that. Once we have a comprehensive program like that, then we can take up and start the implementation. The religious leaders, of course, and the traditional leaders. It will not be an easy project, my brother, honorable member, I'm sorry. But then it will require concerted efforts from all of us to make sure that it's well developed, fund is available, and well implemented. Thank you so much. That's why I'm anti-delete. By means anti-delete.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Yes.
Honorable Minister. Order. Honorable Member for Banjul North. You know what you're doing is out of order. No, you cannot ask the minister question. No. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. On supplementary question, they are entitled to only one. Once you answer, ignore their further follow-up questions. The nominated member Fatuke Jawara, you have the floor. Nominated Fatuke Jawara, can you use another mic?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, apart from the engagement that you took to engage the madrasas and the Quranic recitation centers about the children under their purview, did you make any other research about these children around Amdalai, Farafenye, Jara Soma, whether they are from the neighboring countries or they are Gambians? Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very good question. This survey that we're going to conduct is going to be a comprehensive one, very comprehensive. So that will let us know where the children are coming from. Yeah, then we'll know whether they're coming from Senegal, Gambia, or another. But we believe that they are, it's cross-country. Yeah, cross-country. These are border villages. Yeah. So I'm sure some are Gambians, some are non-Gambians. But for now, we cannot confirm that unless and until we do this comprehensive study that will then outline or reveal the nationality of these children. And once we know that, then we'll come up with an appropriate program for implementation, which will require involving everybody else who has a stake in it to make sure that we remove the children from the streets and let them stay at home or be in school. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Member for Fonyi Brefet, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, as a member of the Gender Committee, I am aware that the Gender Ministry established FSP, that is Family Strengthening Program, and which you people always embark on supporting the families. Whenever you are supporting the family, do you try to advise the parents about taking their children to these kind of Daras or Arabic schools? Because I can see that this problem is not actually a problem of the country, but it's a problem of parents refusing to take care of their children. running away from responsibilities.
Thank you very much. In the family centering program, we are supporting the vulnerable. And then we take data from GBOS. GBOS gives us the information from the social registry. That's addressing vulnerability. And we don't talk about children's welfare, more especially those in the streets, but we address the vulnerability of the population. If you look at the family centering program, we look at women who are very, very poor. We look at women who are widowed. We look at children with disability, multiple disability. We also look at children who are orphaned. But we don't talk about the issue of them going to DARA or not. That's not within the mandate of the family centering program. But now we are coming up with a new program. Once we have done the assessment and we've got the findings, we come up with a comprehensive program which we will implement with funding initially from UNICEF, and we look for more funding elsewhere to address the issue of children being in the streets. It's a concern to everybody. And I think, as I said earlier, even the National Assembly members will be involved in the implementation at one point or the other. Because after all, we are representing the masses here in the National Assembly. So when an issue of this magnitude comes in, we'll share the findings with you. And then when you develop the project proposal, we'll also involve you in the implementation. So you help us talk to the people that you represent so that they know the importance of making sure that children stay at home and school, but not for them to be loitering in the streets and begging. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The member for Banjul Central, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, part of the questions that I had, you've partially answered it. But based on the coordinating factor, I would like to know if, let's say, the security force will be involved, part of the coordinating unit, especially the police, local authorities, and also child protection services, if they will also be part of the process. And also, you said that you'll be embarking on, a nationwide tour of these facilities. Are you expecting a minimum standard, or how would you plan to go about?
Thank you very much. When I listed the stakeholders, I didn't exhaust the list. Of course, security are part of this list. Yeah, they're also going to be part of the list of institutions that we are going to work with. And in assessing the Majlis, we have minimum standards that we have developed, and that's how we assess them. That's what we are going to use to do the assessment. It may require us looking at it again and adjusting it a little bit, taking on board emerging issues of what's happening in Gambia now. And then once it's finalized, then we go in the communities and do the assessment accordingly. And it's not me doing the assessment, but it's going to be the consultancy firm or firms that we are going to hire to do the assessment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On your behalf, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Welfare for those answers provided to this August Assembly. Honorable Minister, you may go now.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, I'm reminding all honorable members of Cabinet to join us for the adjournment debate on Friday. Yes, clerk, we may proceed.
Thank you. Question for oral answers. By His Excellency the Vice President.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, on your behalf, I want to thank and welcome His Excellency, the Vice President. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, you may please take the podium. Questions for which due notices were given to His Excellency, the Vice President, by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 114 of 2025 by the honorable member for Banjul South. I'm told that she has authorized the member for Banjul North to read on her behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the member for Banjul South, Honorable Speaker, could His Excellency the Vice President tell this August Assembly the status of the CAS board during the OIC summit and the purposes for which they are being used now?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform this August Assembly that all the purchased vehicles for the purpose of the OIC summit are in good condition and distributed across government institutions for official use.
No supplementary. Latikuna Sabaji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, Honorable Vice President, when we mentioned purchase of these vehicles, when I was at the OIC, I made a trip with the CEO to Qatar, and the Qatar government promised they were going to donate to the government of the Gambia 300 VIP cars. What led to why this particular initiative has failed?
Honorable member, no, you cannot go there. No, honorable member, look at the question. No, you cannot go. No, you cannot go there. No, you cannot go there. Ask a supplementary question. In relation to the, you cannot. I will not allow you to go there. No.
Point of order.
There is a point of order by the member for Tumana.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I'm standing on order 43-4. A supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduces matters not included in the original question and the answers provided. For the avoidance of doubt, whether a supplementary question is within the limits. So, Honorable Speaker, the member is introducing new elements that are very substantial into the question.
Order sustained. Honorable member for Latikunda, that question is ruled out. Member for Banjul Central, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, it's good that the vehicles are in good condition. My question would be, have the vehicles been rendered to any private individuals? The answer is no.
Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President.
Honorable Speaker, I said the answer is no.
Member for Bakau, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, the question is about the cars bought during the OIC summit. Can we know how many number of cars were bought and how many are in use at the moment for official use?
Speaker, if my memory serves me right, I think that question has been asked here many times before and we responded. And I think if my memory serves me right, we bought about 89 vehicles, if my memory serves me right. And all of that has been distributed amongst various institutions. Thank you.
Member for Fonye Councillor, you have the floor.
Yes, Honorable Vice President, you've said it's distributed to various ministries. The maintenance of those vehicles, under whose custody is the maintenance of those vehicles are or put into? Is it through the government maintenance services or private?
Honorable Speaker, even though we have a government control of vehicles, all departments are responsible for the maintenance of their own vehicles.
The honorable member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, could your office provide this August Assembly with a list of institutions that these vehicles are assigned to, please?
Honorable Speaker, we'll liaise with the vehicle controller and see if that can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 115 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Banjul South and the Member for Banjul North will read on her behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, once again. On behalf of the member for Banjul South, Honorable Speaker, could His Excellency, the Vice President, provide this August Assembly with a full list of all diplomatic passport holders and reasons for issuing each the document?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform this August Assembly that there is established guidelines for the issuance of diplomatic passports subject to the approval of His Excellency the President of the Republic. However, the number of diplomatic passport is available at the Gambia Immigration Department's database and can be obtained upon request by the National Assembly.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President. But what this question is saying is that for you to provide the full list and also the reason why these diplomatic passports are given to individuals.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I understand the question, but that was, I said that normally the request goes through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and approved by His Excellency the President. But because these are personal details of individuals, that is why we feel that if the National Assembly requests to the Immigration Department, then they can get it. Otherwise, you are, based on your secrecy of information, you are sort of sharing third-party information. This is why we humbly request that National Assembly can get that directly from the Immigration Department.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, I am not very clear, to be honest, because if you say the National Assembly should request, the honorable member is requesting from the National Assembly that she wants to have access to such information. So what is wrong with you? And like you said, you are here representing the President now. The President cannot come for oral question and answer session.
Honorable Speaker, I understand the question, but I humbly request that through the various committees of the National Assembly, I think that may probably, in my opinion, that may probably be the best approach to request that data from the Immigration Department.
Member for Baka, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, what are the criteria used to give one a diplomatic passport?
So, Your Excellency, no, reasons are not criteria.
Honorable
members. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Criteria. Honorable members, criteria and reasons are not the same.
It's the same, Honorable Speaker. Honorable.
No, they are not the same.
Honorable Speaker, which school of thought did you attend?
Don't do that. Banjul, no, don't do that.
Honorable
Don't do
Speaker.
that. Don't do that, no.
Honorable Speaker, the question is about diplomatic passport. So I said the question is about diplomatic passport holders. Now I'm asking, what are the criteria used to issue one with diplomatic passport?
You see,
so it's
all
in
right.
line.
Honorable members, you see, during the answer to the parent questions, His Excellency the Vice President indicated that this is the domain of His Excellency the President who approved, and he is to step in for and on behalf of His Excellency. It is not under his docket, because when you talk about the reasons, all the honorable members, for instance, you are a minister, and the reason for you to be given diplomatic passport is because you are a minister. And the reasons and criteria are not the same. Maybe there are stipulated criteria. No, don't use your mic.
This is the House. Why something happened?
No, no, no.
Speaker.
They are not the same.
They are the same, Honorable Speaker.
No.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, remember, can you rephrase your question?
I cannot. That's the only question I have for the Honorable Vice President. I cannot reframe my question.
No, that one is not correct. Yes, there's a point of order by the member for Janjambure.
Honorable Speaker, I am rising on order 43-1.
Order what?
43-1. Supplementary questions may be put for the purpose of elucidating an oral answer. And what the member for Bakau asked, if you listen to the Honorable Vice President keenly, you will understand that in his response he said, in issuing a diplomatic passport, it requires procedures and processes to follow. So for me, what he is asking, he is in line. Allow the Honorable Vice President to ask. A diplomatic passport don't fall from the sky to the ground.
Now, honorable member, the supplementary question, the order is right when supplementary questions are asked and the objective is to elucidate on the answers provided. But here is subject to the person taking it. Reasons and criteria. Criteria are set. And the reason why...
Please, you cannot answer that.
Honorable member, no.
Let's ask questions for the interest of the country and you go home, please.
In fact, point of
please.
Point of order.
Point of order.
We answer questions.
Can I hear your point of order?
Interest of the country, we go home, please. That's why we are here.
Point of order. Honorable Speaker, the Vice President is here to represent the President. Any question that we have for the President, the Vice President will answer it. If he cannot, he will refer us. Now, Order 43.4 says a supplementary question shall not be in order if it introduces matters not included in the original question and the answers provided. For the avoidance of doubt, whether a supplementary question is within remit shall be determined on answers by the Vice President. Minister or member answering question on behalf of the authority. You are not the minister, you are not the Vice President. You cannot answer the question. Allow the minister and the Vice President to answer question for us. My friend.
Honorable member, you are out of order. You know, order, honorable members, order. You see, the president, the speaker, the speaker's responsibility and is the sole judge doing presiding. And that is the speaker or members of parliament can call to order either a question or a member or the vice president or a minister is out of order. And if a question is out of order, the speaker can also determine the question is out of order. But once a question is asked to a minister or the vice president, they determine, or a member answering for and on behalf of the authority of the assembly can decide to answer the question or not. For instance, You ask a question to the
Point of
minister or the
order.
vice president.
Order, Honorable
You
Speaker.
ask a minister or the vice president that question which is not under his or her docket. The vice president will choose to answer it or not. Or you ask the vice president or a minister a question which he or she feels that he or she have to go back and come back. That's what that order is talking about. But if a question is out of order, any member or the speaker can raise that question
of
is
order.
out of order. And that's
Point of order,
Yes,
Honorable
Member for Serekunda. Member
Point
for
of order.
Serekunda.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on order 26-4. The Speaker on 26-4, decision of the Speaker. Yeah, okay. 26-4 reads that the Speaker shall not take part in any debate before the Assembly.
Honorable member, you are out of order. Sit down. You are out of order, please. Don't use your mic. Don't do that. Honorable, don't do that, please. You know you are out of order.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
You know, honorable members, you know the difference I have.
Honorable Speaker,
You
point
have
of order.
asked, this guy raised a point of order now. The member for Central Badibu. He said issues included in the question and answer. And then, no, honorable members, please, let's be honest and fair to this.
Honorable Speaker, point of order, please. Point of order.
No, let me just finish your comment. He said reasons. There is no criteria used to issue diplomatic passport indicated in the original nor in the answer of the vice president. There is a point of order. It is. It is. Can I observe? Point of order.
Point of order, if you are, please.
Honorable Speaker, put up your mic. No. Honorable member for Same. Nyani, please sit down. Same, Baka, don't put off your mics. Don't put on your mics. No, you know you should not speak to your mic. We all know. Honorable, wait. If you raise your tag, it's for them to. Honorable member, please sit down. Sit down. Yes, there is point of order by the member for Nyanija.
Honorable Speaker, I think we have wasted much time. 39-1. The Speaker, subject to the standing order 38, shall be the sole judge of the admissibility of the.
He is in line. When he is in line.
Member for Bakau. Member for Bakau. Member for Bakau. Member for Bakau. Don't do that. Honorable member for Nyanija, go ahead. Nyanija, go ahead.
Thank you, thank you. Honorable Speaker, one thing before I make my submission, Honorable Speaker, there is nobody who will take the floor. I intervene. I accord each and every member all the respect. So please, if I am speaking, accord me the please. Please allow me. So 39-1, Honorable Speaker, what we are doing here is not a mere exercise. You understand? Questions are asked and supplementary questions and even the parent question are subject to your judgment. Please help us make a ruling and we proceed, please.
Honorable members,
Go ahead.
You want to, honorable member, you want to rephrase your question? Yes, please, go ahead. Rephrase it.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. On Your Excellency, according to what I understand from your response, there are Gambians who are given the diplomatic passport. What were the reasons of giving those Gambians what were the reasons of giving those Gambian diplomatic passport?
Honorable Speaker, like I said, there are established guidelines for the issuance of diplomatic passports. As Honorable Speaker has alluded to, there are specific positions that require diplomatic passports which are given from permanent secretaries, National Assembly members, and other similar positions. Apart from them, if anybody requests for diplomatic passport, it goes through the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who would advise His Excellency the President
whether to issue or not. That's the procedure.
Thank you. Member for Latrikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, in 2018 audit query, the auditors queried that there was no eligibility criteria for the issuance of diplomatic passports. That is why certain people benefited who could not have benefited. And they suggest for the Office of the President to start preparing guidelines for the eligibility of diplomatic passports. Was this particular audit query done or not?
Honorable Speaker, I'm not aware of that. As far as I'm aware, I think for a very long time there are specific guidelines, specific positions that require diplomatic passport. The moment you assume that position, you are entitled to diplomatic passport. That's the guidelines. So if audit query that, then I'll be very surprised.
Thank you very much. Member for Central, Badebo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the stipulated criteria, does it cover foreigners too?
Honorable member, you are trying to you are trying to, you're a senior member. When I rule, you cannot just go and do that. You have to help the speaker to run parliament. And you are a chief whip. No, you cannot do that. Speaker cannot rule on certain things, and you want to come and hide behind it again, just you are a senior member. You are a chief whip of the minority.
No,
you cannot behave like that.
Honorable Speaker.
Can you go ahead with the question?
I'm used to criteria.
No, but you can't
and guidelines. They are the same.
No, you cannot use the word criteria. You know that.
No, there is no law that says this word should be.
Because I rule against it on this particular question. You cannot do that. You're a senior member.
Honorable Vice President, in your response, you made mention of guidelines. Does those guidelines cover foreigners too?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform this August Assembly that there are honorary consuls of this country who are not Gambian nationals. And because of that position, they are also entitled to diplomatic passports.
Member for Serekunda West, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, it is an open knowledge that the President is the sole approver of diplomatic passports, and therefore, and you represent the President in this hall. I am asking if you can liaise with the Office of the President and provide the list of all diplomatic passport holders.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead. No, Mr. Vice President.
Qualify it to make it easier.
Yeah.
From 2017 to date.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not clear about the question, with your permission.
Honorable Speaker, the Vice President said he's not clear of the question.
No, Senior Nam.
Okay, I can allow you to.
No, what I'm saying, you're entitled to one supplementary questions. He said, use your mic, sir, use your mic.
I said the request is from the Vice President. If you deny it, I can sit down, no problem.
Oh, no, your question is, the President is the sole approver of diplomatic passport, and you want him to liaise with the President to provide the list. Yes, yes, he's representing the President here. So he must go back and come back. Is that what he's saying?
You know, Honorable Speaker, the President cannot be in this podium. He represents the office of the President here. Right. So any question for the President is for him.
Yes.
And I am now telling him that since he is now representing the office of the President, can he provide a list of diplomatic passport holders from 2017 to date?
Yes, Mr. Vice President, what's your answer?
Honorable Speaker, that's one of the reasons why I humbly refer the Assembly to the Immigration Department. Honorable Speaker, for information, since 2017, I know I cannot speak something that is in your mind or the mind of the member for Latrikunda Savage, But I know that from 2017, there has been a lot of diplomatic passports that were cancelled. So it's only the immigration.
Of course, I am Serekunda West, not Latitude.
No, I'm referring to.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Insinuated that also.
And
there have been a lot of passports that have been cancelled. So it's only the immigration department who have that information. The office of the president does not have that information.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the member for Banjul Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, my question would be, has there been any audits conducted when it comes to reviews of these diplomatic passports? We're able to identify maybe misuse or inappropriate, yes, or inappropriacy basically when it comes to this issuance. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Vice President.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not aware of any such audit. Honorable Speaker, for information of this August Assembly, normally it's only when we have issues coming through intelligence sources that there is a need to either cancel a particular diplomatic passports.
Thank you. Question number 116 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Latikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, can you please tell us or inform us, this August Assembly, what are the established constitutional provisions and protocols used by the government to determine the composition of the first family for matters of state such as security, protocol, and public resources?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform this August Assembly that family composes parents, children, and spouses. Therefore, the state assumes responsibility for the family of an elected president.
Honorable Vice President, by way of this question, I assume the mother of the president is not part of the first family.
Point of order. There's a point of order.
My question.
There is a point of order.
On a point of order, Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on order 38C. 38(1)C. A question shall not contain arguments, inferences, opinions, imputations, epithets, or tendentious, ironical or offensive expressions or hypothetical matters. The honorable member's question is assuming, and that is an opinion. So I believe that the question is not in order. Hence, he is assuming. Thank you.
Honorable members, the point of order sustained is a good point of order. Honorable member for Latikunda Savage, it looks like you are assuming on your answer. Can you reframe your question?
Honorable Vice President, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to confirm whether the mother of the president is part of the first family.
On a point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
There is a point of order from the member for Sabasanga.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on order 38J. A question fully answered.
38J.
A question fully answered shall not be asked again during the same session. The Honorable Vice President have made mention in his answer that parents are part of the first family. Thank you.
I'm not sure, but I don't think that's exactly what the Vice President said.
Yes.
All right. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, in your answer, did you make mention of parents?
Observation.
Your Excellency, can you use your mic, sir?
Observation.
Yes, Your Honorable Speaker, yes, parents were mentioned.
Then order sustained. So that question is ruled out. You have one more, or he has, or you have exhausted. All right. The member for Bakau, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, why are forced families more secure than ordinary citizens?
Point of order, please. My friend.
Honorable member for Nyanija, you have a point of order.
No, no, it's my friend, but this one the same. 38C, this is an opinion, Honorable Speaker. No.
Honorable member, I don't think that's an opinion. He's not seeking an opinion, but I don't. The question looked very. Janjamuri, I'm going to call you to order now. Your Excellency, please provide answer.
No, point of order, Honorable Speaker.
There's point of order by Sabah Sanjal.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on order 43. 1. A supplementary questions may be put for the purpose of elucidating to an oral answer. The parent question did not ask if the first family have more security or not. What they seek to ask is why such security protocol and public resources allocated to them. This is the question. But whether they have more security than other Gambians, that is not the question. And in the answer provided by the Vice President, there is nowhere in his answer where he says that the first family are provided more security than other Gambians. I submit.
Honorable member, you are out of order. You know, honorable members, of course, issue of security is part of the questions. But anyway, Your Excellency, can you provide an answer?
Honorable Speaker, my answer to that is it's our responsibility to provide security for the first family.
Member for Busumbala, you have the floor. Question number.
Thank you very much.
No.
Why?
I've jumped you. Because you are not concentrating. No, you are disrupting member. You allow the other member for Fonya Karsala to come to your area and disrupting you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Can you please give me an opportunity to represent my people? Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable. Your Excellency, my questions will be, can you, because the parents' question is about constitutional provision and protocols, can you please provide this August Assembly with the constitutional provisions and settled protocols that says that the first family, including the president's mother, should be beneficiary of our government coffers and security. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure about beneficiary of government coffers. I need clarification on that.
I mean the resources that have.
No, Honorable Member, you forgot. Members are entitled to only one supplementary question. No, Honorable Sir. No. No, you read your standing orders, Honorable Member. No. The Honorable Member for Lower Badibu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, my question is geared towards the composition of the first family. You did mention that parents are part of the first family. My question is it biological parents or any other? Because my uncle could be not my parents or my aunt. Are you talking about biological parents or any other parents? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, my understanding is parents. I think whether biological or otherwise, I think we leave that to the legal luminaries to clarify that.
Honorable Members, question 117 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabaji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could His Excellency the Vice President provide this August Assembly with detailed information concerning the reported incident involving Senegalese security personnel and the alleged theft from the presidential palace?
There is a point of order by the member, by nominated member Fatou K. Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on order. Just wait, I will read it. I'm rising on order 36A and H, admissibility of question. Whether Tambita and Tambit, this question will not be. If the table office didn't realize it, I realize it.
Madam Member, can we hear your point of
Honorable
order?
Speaker, I'm rising on order 38A. A question shall not include the name of person or statement not strictly necessary to render the question intelligibly and which the member cannot authenticate. Honorable Speaker, going further, order 38H, a question shall not be asked as to whether statement in the press or of private individual or private concern are inaccurate. Honorable Speaker, this thing is on the it's a rumor going around on social media, and the honorable member cannot authenticate this whether it's true or false. So he cannot ask this question. He didn't know whether there is a theft case that was taken at the State House or not. These are misleading statements, fabrication. You cannot bring it here.
Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. No, there is a point of order. You cannot observe. You can only observe after my ruling. Order, please. Order, honorable members. Honorable members. This question was admitted by a speaker. And I am told by my aides that the defense minister was on record to have said that, of course, indeed it happened and some has been sent out of the country. But meanwhile, I'm not sure if the matter is before court or not. That was what I was asking. Nominated member Fatuke Jawara, under the circumstances, I will rule out your point of order. Vested in me. Please, Mr. Vice President, provide an answer.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform this August Assembly that the culprit of the alleged theft case was subjected to security disciplinary procedure and appropriate actions were taken accordingly.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. Can you inform this Assembly how long had this alleged theft been occurring or happening? Was it an incident or it was a pattern?
Honorable Speaker, as I'm aware, it was an incident.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice President. Now, can you inform us whether there was any internal security breach that facilitated this theft?
Mr. Vice President, please provide an answer.
Honorable Speaker, as far as I'm aware, there was no internal security breach.
Member for Bakau, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, the question is about reported incident involving Senegalese security personnel and alleged theft from the presidential palace. This shows that the State House is not secured. As
Honorable member, honorable member, you cannot make that statement, my friend. No. Continue to ask your question, honorable member. Just ask your question. Don't make that kind of statement. That's our national. Those are our very sacred
Honorable
national
Speaker.
security. We cannot speak like that in the open.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me the floor. Your Excellency, the incident that occurs at the State House shows security lapses at the State House. As a government, what are you doing to make sure things does not happen anymore?
Honorable Speaker, like I mentioned, that it was an incident. It's not an indicative of security lapse at the level of the State House.
Member for Janjanbureh, you have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I believe, Honorable Vice President, Your Excellency, excuse my language, please. I believe there was an investigative panel that influenced your decision either from Senegal or from the Gambia. My question is, if there is any report, can you kindly share it with this August Assembly?
Honorable Speaker, I want to remind this August Assembly respectfully that these are economic forces, so any investigation will be done by ECOWAS, not Senegal or the Gambia.
Honorable Member for Busumbala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, in your response, you did indicate that there was never or no security breach that occurs. Can you brief us how the incident happened then?
Honorable Speaker, I don't think I can delve in those type of details, with due respect.
Member for Fonyi Bondali, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, in your response, you did mention that action has been taken. Does this involve jail or repair of the lost items?
Honorable Speaker, like I mentioned, these are military disciplinary actions. So again, I think it's at that level.
Member for Woolly East, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I believe this is an embarrassment to both the Gambia and Senegal. And therefore, the Gambia must have learned something from this event. What measures has the government taken to avert such a recurrence? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, again, I can say that the security, the states at the level of the State House have taken note of that incident, and whatever is necessary was taken. Thank you.
Question number 118 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Janjanbureh.
Honorable Speaker, could His Excellency the Vice President update this August Assembly on the administrative cost of the OIC Secretariat and the revenue management of the Sadauda Kairaba Jawara Conference Center?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform this August Assembly that currently there is an audit exercise going on to cover the period from 2018 to December 2024.
Honorable Speaker, just to bring it to your attention, because I need to be guided here. I think the minister is not really responding to the Vice President rather is not really responding to my question. My question has nothing to do with audit. My question is related to the administrative cost of the OIC Secretariat and the management of funds at Sadauda Kairaba Conference Center. So I would expect better answers than anything related to audit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I understand the question perfectly, but as you are aware, as the audit is going, whatever figure I give may not be accurate. That is why, like I said, if the audit report is out, then those details that you have asked for will be provided.
Thank you.
Wait. Speaker, Speaker, let me be on records. I think we need your attention. When I rose that I want to be guided with regards to my question. I expect a response from your end or a ruling from your end than the answers coming from the Vice President, with all due respect, because as I said, I'm not getting the answers I asked for.
Honorable Member, you asked a question and you rose to a supplementary. And in your supplementary, you made a statement and further repeated your questions. It looks like you are not satisfied with the answers provided. If that is the case, you should have explicitly expressed that. And however, in accordance with the standing orders, we, of course, have the right to send in questions for oral answers. And then the Vice President, ministers, or member of the National Assembly answering for and on behalf of the authority would come and answer. Based on the answers they provide, we have supplementary questions. If the answers are fully answered, then that is it. If it is not, we follow up supplementary questions for further clarity and for the Vice President or Minister to elucidate more on those things. In the event that the Minister, Vice President or Minister provide an answer to the dismay or unsatisfaction of the honorable members, procedurally we know what to do.
the Honorable Speaker may not be, I'm obliged to ask the Vice President and ministers to provide answers to questions that are admitted and also that are not ruled out of order. But the answers coming from the Vice President and the Minister is not the control of the Speaker or members of Parliament. So that is the reason why when you made that statement, I allowed the Vice President to respond. But yes, I think you finished you've exhausted your 2 supplementary.
No, I didn't speak out. If you were following the trail, I
No,
called on your attention. I didn't ask a question. I made a statement by calling on your attention.
All right, you have one more.
Thank you. Honorable Vice President, you said you don't want to misinform this August Assembly as per your responses. Honorable Vice President, can you provide this August Assembly the information that your office is privileged to in terms of the income that the conference center is generating before the end of the auditing? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, like I said, the audit is on. We can, based on the management letter, maybe we can share that. Whatever we got from the management letter, because that is, we have received the management letter from the auditors, and we are discussing those responses. That is why, if some of these questions, basic administrative costs, if they are questioned, and I report that to the National Assembly members here, then I may be subject to censure, and that is what I don't want.
The member for Latikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will guide Honorable Vice President on this particular question.
No, honorable member, you cannot.
Let me ask
No,
a
you
question.
cannot guide him. You are only to ask your supplementary question, not to guide anyone here.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
The man is here. He's not blind. He's not lost. He's not in a bush where he needs to be guided. Please just ask your supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, I was one of those that opened the OIC in 2018. Now, the question is on the administrative cost. And the purpose of us leading government efforts in those days was 3 things: resource mobilization.
Honorable, you cannot tell us your CV. Ask your supplementary question.
I'm going to my question.
Yes, please.
Resource mobilization, infrastructure implementation, and event planning and management. Now, the summit is exhausted. The summit is finished. Why do we still...
There is a point of order from nominated member Faduke Jawara.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on order 38F. A question, can I go ahead? Sorry. A question of excessive length may not be asked. Let the honorable member go straight to the question and stop debating.
Honorable members, order, please. Honorable members, supplementary questions and answers have time limit. So let's continue. Honorable member, please. Honorable member for Latikunda Sabaji, continue.
Thank you very much. Honorable Vice President, the question is administrative cost, not the audit report. The administrative cost, by way of that, we mean the salaries, the operational cost of the office. That's what the honorable member asks. Can you please tell us the administrative cost of the office?
Honorable Speaker, I understand the question. As you have rightly, maybe you didn't complete your question, but you alluded to. As you said, it started in 2018. And if you refer to my response, I said the audit goes up to December 2024. That means the end of activity. So everything is being audited. So all the administrative costs, and you may be aware that at some point, some of those salaries were reduced. So maybe at the time, the costs and later on are quite different. But like I said, we can share the whatever we have as far as the management letter is concerned. I understand the question very well.
The member for Woolly East, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there are two issues there, OIC and the center. So my question is whether the audit exercise that is happening is going to involve the two. And the answers we are going to provide us will involve the two as well. Thank you.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Member for Central Badebo, you have the floor.
Thank you. Your Excellency, who are the managers of the funds or the revenue generated from OIC?
Honorable Speaker, the management structure that we have at the OIC, they are the ones that are managing the funds as we speak. The Secretariat, yes.
Thank you. Question number 119 of 2025. No. By the Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, considering this year's rainy season is just around the corner, could His Excellency the Vice President update this August Assembly on the emergency response mechanism put in place through the National Disaster Management Agency to support families that might be affected?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform this August Assembly that drain clearing and cleaning is in progress in disaster hotspots areas while the Koto stream is being cleared and cleansed to ensure flow of storm water under the intervention of the Waka project. Moreover, I personally have undertaken a tour of disaster-prone areas on Thursday, 12 June 2025 to ensure preparedness, and instructions were given to stakeholder institutions to coordinate for timely intervention for mitigation and in case of disaster. However, government and development partners normally have emergency funds to support affected families.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Vice President. If the government and also supporting partners have emergency response fund to support families that might be affected, can you kindly share with us currently what have you mobilized in terms of funding?
Honorable Speaker, at this point, I don't think I'm in a position to say what we have mobilized. But what we know that there are some agencies, I don't want to mention name, or maybe I should, like the WFP and other agencies that normally have emergency funds put aside. So in case disaster happens, just like the national budget has an emergency fund that His Excellency the President can trigger if there are emergencies to use during those disasters when they occur.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, once again, for bringing up the issue of the emergency response fund through the government that we appropriate as Parliament. How effective have this fund been used or been used to support affected families? Because as I am speaking right now, families that were affected during the past disaster that we face in this country are still struggling to recover.
Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, that fund can only be accessed when a national emergency is declared. If a national emergency is not declared, then those funds cannot be accessed. What NDMA uses is their existing funds together with funds from partners. Like recently we have support from Agence France de Développement that gave about €1 million to support. Sometimes even from ECOWAS. Sometimes these funds, they come late. As you were, I think like the 2020 disaster, some of the funds came in 2024. Those are some of the examples.
Member for Serekunda, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Could the Vice President further inform this August Assembly whether contingency plans have been developed for vulnerable urban areas such as Banjul, Kanifing, and parts of West Coast, where flooding has been recurrent? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am glad to inform this August Assembly that we are working with the area councils, Banjul, KMC, and West Coast to clear the drains as far as these areas are concerned. And I think we still have some bottlenecks. Like I mentioned when I visited some areas in Ibo Town and part of Talinding, I think we have seen some bottlenecks that we have reported to the NRA so that they can retrofit. And of course, some of the compounds have also reported to us that some of the water stays in their compounds, and NRA is coming with a strategy to make sure that all that water goes out of the compounds.
Member for Joswang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, what are the plans with regards to disaster when people that are deliberately living on disaster-prone areas, are there any plans before the rainy season to evacuate them with immediate effect?
Honorable Speaker, I want to inform this August Assembly, and I'm sure the honorable member is also aware that I think the Ministry of Land have already started clearing some of those people who are staying in this, I think the Ibo Town area. Sometimes it's a matter of implementing the laws, but the laws are there, all right? But I think there's a commitment that we are going to implement those laws. And also you are also aware, the Kotu stream, also there are a lot of people residing on the stream itself. I think the last time we counted, it was over 300 properties are actually on the stream. And now, in this day and age, with the newfound democracy, even though they are there illegally, even if you have to clear them, you have to provide some kind of compensation. This is the challenge that we have. But the result is to make sure that they are cleared.
Member for Bununka Kunda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Vice President inform this August Assembly whether there is a special rescue team in terms of if there is floating or somebody drowned or there is a collapse of building, whether there is a special response team, and if there is a response team, whether you can inform us about the composition of the response team. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, normally through the early warning systems is the fire and rescue service that are responsible for that. I think normally it depends on their response time. But as far as I'm aware, it's the fire and rescue service that are responsible.
Member for Banjul Central, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, my proposed question was answered.
Has been answered. Thank you very much. Member for Latikunda Sabiji, you can now have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, you mentioned disaster-prone areas, which I call disaster corridor from Joswang, Ibo Town, Talinding, Fajikunda, Abuko, down to Bundung, Latikunda, then Manjai to the Kotu Stream. What the Honorable member for Joswang said, and your answer was they are there illegally. Why would the law compensate somebody who is there illegally?
Honorable Speaker, normally I would want to agree with the honorable member, but unfortunately sometimes, particularly where donor funds are involved, the donors will expect that some kind of compensation is done because they feel that probably they are going to lose some kind of livelihood. So this is why, even though they are there illegally, some form of compensation will be expected.
Question number 120 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Brikama North. and Minority Leader, he has authorized the member for Central Badibu to read on his behalf.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, Ibrahim Solo Sande stands as a pivotal figure in the Gambians' journey toward democracy and justice. His unwavering commitment to human rights and political reforms culminated in his tragic death, catalyzed significant national change. Honoring Ibrahim Solo Sande is not merely a tribute to his memory, but a reaffirmation of the Gambia's commitment to the principle of democracy, human rights, and rule of law. In this regard, could His Excellency the Vice President inform this August Assembly whether the government has any plan to honor Ibrahim Solo Sande by renaming the Westfield Youth Monument after him? Yeah, if no, why?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform this August Assembly that the late Ibrahim Solo Sande deserves such a recognition just like many other Gambians who have made the ultimate sacrifice. However, government is yet to make a final decision.
Thank you. But is it part of your plan to consider this suggestion?
Honorable Member, he has provided an answer. He said government, of course, recognize how important role he played and the significance of naming him such. But however, government is yet to finalize on a plan. And you are asking the same question again. Can you now ask another supplementary question?
I think you are unfortunate to be part of the 5th legislature. You need to be trained on questioning technique. Here, my question is not answered.
Honorable Member, how can you say?
No, how?
Okay, okay, take your seat.
Yeah, you have to be helped.
How can you make such a statement? No, but you cannot do that. No, you cannot do that. You have to be parliamentary. Can you ask your last supplementary question? Thank you very much. Fonyi Brefet, the member for Fonyi Brefet, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, as a legislator, I'm aware that the government or the past government or the Gambia has a lot of victims who fought for democracy. Does your government have any plan to build youth monument and name it after the victims, all the victims that passed in this country? Do you have that fund?
I'm going to object. Order, order. Order. Honorable members, this is not a bantaba in Latikunda Sabejo Fonya Councillor. You cannot do that, my friend. Order. Honorable Vice President, please provide an answer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think that's a very good question. Government will take note of that. Thank you.
Member for Joshua, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, Honorable Vice President, my concern here is with regards to the youth monument. The youth monument. Is it under full control of the government or under the municipal council?
That is out of order. No, it's out of order. No.
Member for Latikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, you did not specify. Can you tell us what is this the specific timeline for any initiative or project to honor late Solo Sunday?
Honorable Speaker, like I said, we recognize the sacrifice that late Solo Sandeng did, but like other members have said, there are many people who have also sacrificed their lives from 1981 to date, and government is in recognition of that.
No, look at this. Look at this. Honorable members, we cannot behave like clowns in this parliament. No. Honorable members from Latikunda Sabaji, Fonyi Kansala, Fonyi Brefet, Fonyi Jarol, and Sabasanjal, you better be. On your behalf, I wish to thank His Excellency, the Vice President, for those answers provided. Mr. Vice President, you may go.
Honorable Speaker, when the tags are, please take note of our, our tags, so that we can ask our questions.
Noted.
I have a question for.
Noted. Noted. Clerk, we may proceed.
Thank you. Questions for oral answers by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Thank you, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice. You may take the podium. Honorable members, questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 122 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Upper Salo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, several cases from various government institutions, particularly the Inspector General of Police, have been referred to the Minister of Justice for advice on possible prosecution. Could the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice confirm to this August Assembly the number of cases referred to it for the past 5 years, giving details on the institutions, issue, and the current state of the file?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The Ministry of Justice have compiled the data requested, and the compilation is attached for the information of this August Assembly. From the records, a total of 619 case files were received from various institutions, most notably the Office of the Inspector General of Police between 2021 and the present. These include files relating to murder, rape, robbery, fraud, and other offenses. While we have endeavored to provide the most accurate information available, honorable members are respectfully advised that the data was collated manually within a short time frame following the receipt of this request. As such, the figures provided should be regarded as indicative rather than definitive. Due to the limited time given for the submission of these answers, I am not able to provide detailed information regarding the status of all these cases. The ministry recognizes the urgent need for a digital case management system to ensure real-time access to accurate case data. It remains a serious concern that the Attorney General cannot, in this digital age, generate such information instantly from his desk. This limitation has been repeatedly raised. Although efforts are being made to mitigate the challenges, it still remains a key priority for this ministry. Honorable Speaker, it is also important to clarify that not all the files referred to the Ministry of Justice proceed to court. Some are returned to the police for them to prosecute at their level or for them to carry out further investigations due to evidentiary gaps. In other instances, matters may commence before the courts, but withdrawn by prosecution in interest of justice or be struck out at preliminary stages following judicial determination. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Attorney General, how long do you think it's going to take for you to have a special case management system? Because it's crucial that you have a system that would give an update on these cases. Because again, some people actually maybe being remanded or some other issues. And you know, justice, like they said, delayed is also justice denied. So how soon do you think your ministry is going to come up with a comprehensive system that would catalog all the issues referred to you and where you can have reminders on the next course of action?
It all depends on availability of resources. Currently, we have a very good IT officer posted to the ministry from the Ministry of Digital Economy. On his own, he's trying to help us domestically develop something that we can help us digitally monitor our cases. But I've raised it with a lot of development partners. I've seen some interest in support coming. I don't know how soon, but this is my dream. It's one legacy I want to leave behind. This day of an age, I don't need to call for a physical file to know the state of my files. I should be able to do that from my laptop. So it remains a big challenge and a priority for the ministry, but we will keep working and ensure that this happens.
Member for Bakau, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, can we share with you as a ministry the most complicated case referred to you for advice as a ministry? The most delicate case that was referred to your ministry for advice?
That's a difficult one. I treat all cases as serious and important. And I have never thought of ranking them in order of their delicacy or priority, to be honest. So I would not be able to, on my feet, just say a particular case file is more delicate or more serious than everyone else.
Member for Latikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, can you confirm to the National Assembly whether your office have any specific timeline when these cases are referred from the police to your office before you make decision on them, either to investigate, to prosecute, or to close the file? Do you have a timeline for this?
No, not until recently, but I am developing a policy at this stage in terms of trying to help us how we expeditiously deal with these files, but it remains a challenge for several reasons. We don't actually do investigations. We only receive investigated files and review the evidence and determine whether the file is ripe enough to proceed to press charges or to close. But sometimes some case files are light, as you may know, but some case files will come with boxes of evidentiary materials. And I do not have a dedicated team that only writes opinions. All my lawyers go to court when they come to work in the morning. So for them to have a specific time to review these files, there's no specific time because they go to court every day, 8 to 4. So that means reviewing investigation files is an additional responsibility for them because of the manpower situation. So some of them have to carry these files home or they come to work during the weekends. So that's one of the reasons why sometimes to evaluate investigated files and come up with an illegal opinion takes time, because it's an additional work that they do. Because in the morning they go to court, they close, they go home like everybody else. So if you give them a case file this thick for them to review and come up with an opinion, they either take it home or work during the weekend in order to come up with the opinion. So because of those administrative challenges, it's difficult to strictly come up with timelines. Say to tell them within 2 weeks you need to come up with a legal opinion. I try to do that, but it continues to be a challenge. Until when the manpower and other tools are available, then we can work on speed. But we are doing our best under the circumstances.
Member for Same, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the floor. Honorable Minister, in your response, you mentioned that there are 219 cases. Eh? Okay, 619 cases. Okay, out of these 619 cases, how many of these cases are coming from the rural areas?
I have not disaggregated the data. And remember, this 619 is over a 5-year period. So some of these cases are long gone. They are not existing anymore, right? So I was asked to report on the files I received in the last 5 years. It's not like I am currently in possession of 619 case files. But within the last 5 years, is the traffic I was asked to report on. How many case files did I receive from the police, from National Agency for Trafficking in Persons, from Drug Squad, like all the institutions that investigate and send files to us within the last 5 years is about that number. But some of them, like I said, we proceed to press charges. Some of them, no evidence, we close. Some of them, we send it back to the investigators. So this traffic, at the end of the day, takes different routes. But because I'm required to report on how much I receive, that's what I was answering. Actually, I did not disaggregate it between provinces and urban area.
The member for Busumbala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, that's a huge number, cases that has been referred to your office for possible advice or prosecution. But during your response, we understand some of these cases has been disposed, either lack of evidence, you close the file, or you do prosecute some of them. Now, can we know, out of these 619, how many cases currently is at your instance?
We can give you currently how many case files are on our docket, but not out of this 619, because if you hear me clearly, this 619 is an ongoing thing. Even as we speak today, files are coming from the police. So this 619 is a total of 5 years of receipt, what we've been receiving. But yes, I can consult the Directorate of Public Prosecution to inform this body, like at a particular cut-off time, how many case files are active. That one we can provide, but I don't have it right now because that was never part of the question.
Member for Woolly East, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my question is 619 cases over 5 years is becoming bulky. So are you thinking of decentralizing the process to expedite this so that, because there are so many complaints regarding this, we send our files to the chambers, we keep on hearing that. Are you thinking of decentralizing the process so that it's expedited? Thank you.
Yeah, decentralization is ongoing, but Ministry of Justice doesn't decentralize alone. We decentralize alongside with our sister agency, that is the judiciary. So when we have, wherever we have courts, the Ministry of Justice have to be there. So we are currently in Basse. We have a high court in Basse, so I have staff that are stationed in Basse. And those staff that are stationed in Basse cover Basse, they cover Janjambure, and up to Mansakongo. So the rest of us that are in Banjul cover the Banjul, the Kombos, and up to Brikama. So that's the way we are working at the moment. But because the High Court in Janjambure and Mansakongo are not permanent, it's still a judge that is in Basse that covers those areas. So wherever we have a permanent judge, we will have our permanent staff posted there to deal with it. Sure.
Question number 1 to 3 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Serekunda West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, as promised earlier on, could the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice inform this August Assembly when is his ministry going to come up with a holistic amendment of the Rent Act to address the horrendous challenges of good chunk of Gambian citizens who face rent and rental issues?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In a direct response to the Honorable Member for Serekunda West, my ministry is acting decisively to address the critical rental challenges facing Gambians. I have initiated a fundamental modernization of the Rent Act 2014, moving beyond piecemeal amendments to deliver a holistic legal framework. To achieve this, I constituted a committee to review the Rent Act of 2014 and all the amendments. The committee has since completed its work and I have now tasked the head of the Legislative Drafting Department to lead the development of the new rent legislation with the following core objectives. One, to balance the rights and obligations. Regulating residential and commercial rent with legally binding minimum standards. For example, implied covenants or terms for tenancy and lease terms. We also intend to explicitly outline obligations of both landlords and tenants within this law. Two, to streamline dispute resolution. Replacing the rent tribunal as we have now with a new rent board or authority vested with adjudicatory powers to swiftly resolve routine disputes. For example, issues bordering on rent payment, deposits, evictions, and maintenance issues. Ensuring binding verdicts and direct appeals to the High Court to eliminate the current delays that we face at the rent tribunal, where simple rent matters are tried summarily, often causing long delays in resolving rent disputes. Three, a robust enforcement and oversight. We intend to establish through this legislation a National Rent Control Board or authority to mandate registration of all rental properties as a prerequisite for any landlord claim, and to conduct inspections on rent reasonableness and property conditions, also to resolve disputes, as I said earlier. Fourth, regulation and market prices. Through this legislation, we intend addressing the using of foreign currencies to charge for rent, and also regulating commission agents, estate agents, and other middlemen contributing to rising rent cost. At the timeline, I have expected to receive the first draft by July ending, and the draft will be subjected to stakeholder consultation before it is being tabled at Cabinet, and subsequently to be brought before this August Assembly for consideration. So I am working towards the end of the year.
That sounds great and brilliant, and I think I have to thank you for that. I have no questions, Honorable Speaker.
Question number 1 to 4 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader. To be read by Santal Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice inform the August Assembly the support and compensation given to the victims of April 10 and 11, 2000 students' unrest?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Government recognizes the enduring impact of April 10, 11, 2000 student unrest on affected citizens. I would like to provide an update on the support and compensation given to victims of April 10 and 11, 2000 students unrest. Support and compensation have been delivered through two primary mechanisms. Through the Truth, Reconciliation and Reparations Commission during its interim reparations program, which concluded in November 2021, and the medical board reconstituted by the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Health through the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital in December 2023, which has been actively involved in supporting victims. The TRRC interim reparations covered 1,009 victims who received compensation. However, further analysis of the list is required to specifically identify the April 2000 victims. This is general. Total is general for all the victims that receive compensation. We do not know among these how many of them were April 10 and 11 to be specific. While the list include 109, as I indicated, names of individuals who received compensation, it does not clearly indicate which of these individuals were victims of the student unrest. This also applies to the list of individuals who receive other forms of support from the TRRC. Support through the medical board. In-country treatment, a total of 124 victims received medical assessment, including emergency and routine checks, with recommendation for local and overseas treatment. They were also provided with prescriptions for medication and one-off procurement of medical equipment. Treatment abroad, 7 victims received treatments overseas. Psychosocial support. This was offered to all 412 individuals, both victims and perpetrators, with 389 individuals accepting the support and 23 individuals, primarily perpetrators, rejecting it. Startup business support. Assistance was provided to 17 women to help them start their businesses. Educational support, 69 students who are children of victims receive educational support. Restituted medical board as of December 2023. Since February 2024, the medical board has supported 8 individuals who were victims of April 10 and 11 students' unrest. 2 individuals have been recommended for overseas treatment. 1 has secured sponsorship from their employer, while funding for the second individual is still being sought. 1 individual has successfully undergone spinal surgery in the Gambia and is currently in recovery. The remaining 5 individuals continue to attend regular follow-up appointments with the medical board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lower Badibu. Member for Lower Badibu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I want clarity on this one. Is the compensation confined to only the survivors or even the families of the dead? Thank you.
Compensation is for all victims, and in our definition of victims, people who died are victims, so their representatives do receive compensation on their behalf, yes.
Question number 125 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader. The Member for Central Badibu will read on his behalf.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Attorney General and the Minister of Justice give an update on the operation of the Victims Reparation Commission since its establishment in 2024?
Thank you. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I am pleased to provide this Assembly with a comprehensive update on the operational progress of the Victims Reparations Commission since its formal establishment in 2024. On the leadership and administrative structure, on the 11th of April 2025, His Excellency President Adama Barrow officially swore in the commissioners of the Victims Reparations Commission at the State House, marking a significant milestone in our transitional justice process. In the interim period before the Commission established its independent secretariat, the post-TRRC unit within the Ministry of Justice has provided essential coordination, technical assistance, and administrative support to ensure operational continuity. On key personnel and infrastructure development, in terms of executive leadership, under the strategic guidance of the commissioners, the post-TRRC unit successfully managed the recruitment process for an executive secretary. I am pleased to report that this critical appointment has been finalized, with the executive secretary commencing duties on the 1st of June 2025. On physical infrastructure, through the Peace Building Fund, support to post-TRRC project implementation is implemented in partnership with the United Nations Development Program and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. We have secured a 1-year office space rental for the Commission for 2025. Ministry continues to collaborate actively with the UN partners and other international stakeholders to ensure provision of essential office equipment, furniture, and operational supplies. The commissioners have undertaken an extensive program of stakeholder engagement, conducting formal courtesy visits with key institutions, including victims groups, civil society organizations, and the Ministry of Finance, the National Human Rights Commission, and various international partners. These engagements are fundamental to building the trust and collaborative relationship essential for the Commission's effectiveness. Banking and accounting management. Significant progress has been achieved in establishing the Commission's financial infrastructure. The Accountant General's Department have successfully facilitated the opening of the Reparations Funds account in Gambian Dalasi and the United States state dollar denominations at the Central Bank of the Gambia. Concurrent efforts are underway to establish the Commission's operational accounts at the Central Bank, through which budgetary allocations will be transferred. Asset recovery and fund transfer. As part of our commitment to victim reparations, the Ministry of Justice will formally transmit the fund account details to the United States, and I'm happy to say we have now done that, but at the time of doing the answer, it wasn't done. We have conveyed the details of the accounts to the United States Department of Justice to facilitate the transfer of proceeds for the sale of the former President's Potomac mansion. These account details have also been shared with the Ministry of Finance to establish the transfer of government 2025 budget allocation to the fund. In 2024, the Ministry of Justice submitted a formal request to the African Union for the deployment of a reparations expert to be embedded within the Commission during its institutional development phase. This request was approved by the AU, and through the Joint European Union Initiative on Transitional Justice for Africa, an expert from International Center for Transitional Justice has been deployed to the Gambia. The deployed expert has provided invaluable technical support in several key areas, including the development of the Commission's 2025 work plan and the establishment of specialized subcommittees on compensation, restitution, and rehabilitation. Additionally, comprehensive training programs have been delivered to the commissioners to enhance their technical capacity. The ICTJ expert, along with additional technical specialists, will continue to provide sustained support to the Commission in developing its operational policies, establishing a comprehensive national database of victims, and designing the comprehensive reparations program. Honorable Speaker, the progress outlined demonstrates our government's unwavering commitment to delivering a meaningful reparation to victims and ensuring that Victims Reparations Commission operates as effective, well-resourced institution. The collaborative effort between government agencies, international partners, and civil society organizations position the Commission to fulfill its critical mandate in our ongoing transitional justice process. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, do you popularize the new approach that you have taken and the establishment of the office? Is the Gambian people aware of it, more so the victims?
Well, to what extent will be the question, but yes, because I understand even last week or week before, the Victim Commission itself was on some radio shows. Some of my staff at the post-TRRC unit also were on some radio shows. Yes, we're trying, but sometimes some of these popularizations are they require some resources, but we're doing our best. Probably we need to do more.
Honorable Attorney General, I want to thank.
Supplementary. Yes. Honorable Minister, are you aware that most of the victims are dead now, particularly the early victims of 95, 96? So do you have a plan to sit with their family to see that they are compensated? Because some of them are not in fact represented.
I would rather say some of the victims than most, because the victim database is so large. So if you use the word most of them are dead, I think yes. And that is rather unfortunate. It's very unfortunate and regrettable. But of course, yes, the families will always benefit. Dying will not deny anybody from adequate compensation. So the families will definitely benefit from whatever is due to that particular victim.
Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice, I want to thank you for those answers provided. You may go now. Thank you. Clerk, we may proceed.
Thank you. Question for oral answers. The Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources.
Thank you, honorable members. The Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Water Resources and National Assembly Matters, you may take the podium. On questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Water Resources and National Assembly Matters by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 212 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, according to the community of Fori village in Same, a borehole was dug for 5 years and materials are still not available. Could the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources inform this August Assembly who are funders of these borehole projects?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with permission, before I respond to the question, I want to bring out an anomaly that I have seen in the floor of the House. I think the Vice President has been addressed several times as Honorable, when he should be addressed His Excellency. It is only when the question is read, because it is written there, Your Excellency, but all the supplementary questions from members have been addressing him as the Honorable. So I think that's an anomaly, and I want to bring this out as the liaison between the Cabinet and the National Assembly. Thank you. The answer is, Mr. Speaker, the project the Honorable Member referred to is the Climate Smart Rural Water Sanitation and Hygiene Development Project, jointly funded by African Development Bank, AFDB, and the government of the Gambia. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, why is it that the project is still not completed?
The project is ongoing, so, and it has not closed, so we cannot say it's not completed. It's ongoing. No? It's still ongoing.
Honorable Speaker, for 5 years, still now, nothing is done.
A lot of things have been done. I have reported here during the last debate on the SONA that 55 of those systems have been completed. 63 are now undergoing the mechanization, and there is a 42 which has a funding gap, and we have submitted a request to the bank to provide for the funding. As soon as it is available, everything will be completed.
Member for Serekunda West, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the minister should not mislead this August Assembly. Ongoing is different from completion. The question is, why has it taken too long to complete? And I'm of the opinion that 5 years is too long, Honorable Minister. What else are you going to do?
Don't think I ever try to mislead this House. I'm reporting exactly the situation. If there was a funding issue, I have reported that to this House on numerous occasions, either through question and answers or during the adjournment debate. And I have stated here that we are getting the funding in phases, phase 1, phase 2. Currently, we are implementing phase 1, and that one he's referring to is within phase 2. Not provided with the funds, it is provided by external funding.
Honorable Minister, your mic is on while you speak. Honorable Member for Latikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, if a borehole project is still uncompleted for a period of 5 years. Can you inform the National Assembly the project cycle for this particular project?
Point of order.
There is a point of order by Minister Kebalang Fofana.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on 38J. A question fully answered shall not be asked again during the same session. The Honorable Minister said the project is in phases and there's a funding gap. And once the funds are received, the balance of the 42 will be done, and they've made an evaluation and submitted to the bank. Now he is asking for how long?
Order, Honorable
Can I complete?
Order, please.
He is asking for the project cycle, which the Honorable Minister have already explained, that they are in phases. They finished the first phase and submitted to the bank. So they are waiting for the allocation for the other phases. Honorable Speaker, can you take care of your floor? He is not the Speaker. Tell him to sit down. I see. Now I'm manding ko moya angale moya fa mani katamoto. Sit down.
Honorable, please. No.
Can I provide the answer? Mr. Speaker, can I provide the answer?
No.
Can I provide the answer?
No. Wait. Honorable members, yes, on the point of order raised by the nominated member Kebalang Fofana is sustained. Thank you. Member for Central Badibu, you have the floor. Central Badibu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, are you telling us that you are entirely depending on the funders for this project, or you have another contingency plan?
Depending on the funders of this project, because it's a heavy investment, and this parliament has not provided the funds for us.
Oh, no, please. Central Badibu, don't do that. Honorable Minister, ignore him. Law Badibu, you have the floor.
It's very simple and straightforward. Is there any time frame to the said project? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, but the minister answered it already. Honorable member, but it was answered already.
Honorable Speaker, point of order. Point of order. Point of
order. There is a point of order from the member for Nyanija.
Yes, thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, still on the same 38J. The question is as simple as that. Could the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources inform this August Assembly who are the funders of the borehole project? And he said AFDB and JLA. What else do you want? It's fully answered.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
There is a point of order. Wait for the ruling.
Yes, order. You want to rule? Okay.
What was your question? Use your mic. Use your mic.
I said, is whether there is any time frame to the said project, because he said the project has been ongoing for 5 years. That's what the guy said. So, no.
Yes, honorable member, I'm not accepting your point of order at this time. The member for Central Body, we have a point of order. Can we hear that? You cannot waste time of the parliament, huh?
In point of order, my order, I want to reserve it, but I'll use it now. Order 43.1, supplementary questions may be put for the purpose of elucidating an oral answer. So it doesn't mean only the question written to the minister, but the answers from him. And that's what the member is asking.
Honorable members, order. Member for Central Badibu, I cannot agree more that the supplementary questions is to get ministers clarify or further elucidate on the answer. You are right, but I'm not sure why you rose to that point of order. It holds no bearing. Minister, please provide an answer.
Can I get the question?
Can I come again? Huh? But we got grandfather. I say,
honorable member, you cannot do that. Address him as a minister.
Honorable Minister, my question is whether there is any time frame to the said project. Thank you.
Rely on donor funding, and this, since the funds are not yet available, there is no time frame for the.
Honorable member, please take your seat. The member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. That was going to be my question, so I cannot get any other answers.
Thank you. Question number 213 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, Nyamina West is almost surrounded by river. It's a semi-annual by nature and well known for its delicious fishes. Could the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources inform the August Assembly if his ministry has plans for intervention in fishing activities in Nyamina West? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the ministry is intensely working on improving fishing activities throughout the country, especially inland fisheries, fishery for both captured and cultured and captured fishery. That's aquaculture, which includes Nyamina West, but as at now, no intervention.
Any other supplementary? Question number 214. Okay, yes, Central Body, we have the floor.
Honorable Minister, are you aware of any delicious fish in Nyamina West?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, according to our fisheries officials, there are delicious fishes all over the country, including Nyamina West.
Member for Serekunda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I wanted to ask about any plans of introducing aquaculture fishing in that region. But in your submission, you said that there are plans, but nothing has been done yet. So what stops your ministry from implementing those plans?
Lack of adequate funds.
Question number 214 of 2025 by the member for Brikama North and Minority Leader, and the member for Central Badibu will read on his behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Could the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources inform this August Assembly whether the December 2019 fire incident at the Ministry of Water Resources in Banjul had been investigated? If so, can he provide the full official text of the report and explain to its implementation?
I wish to confirm to this August Assembly that the fire incident was investigated by the Gambia Police Force and the Gambia Fire and Rescue Services, and the report is hereby attached as requested. The ministry is for the recommendations to be implemented as per the report from paragraph 1 to 4 that refers to the entire government. But for paragraph 5, the ministry is currently using electronic records management system as a backup to its day-to-day official transactions.
Thank you. You mean the report, is it submitted to National Assembly or not yet submitted?
So I think 70 copies were provided for the National Assembly, and I have a copy in my custody.
Okay, but in summary, can you tell us the causes of the fire incident, in summary, in brief?
Point of order.
There is a point of order by nominated member Kebalang Fofana.
I'm rising on 44.3. A supplementary question shall not add new matters that were not included in the initial question or the answers provided. The honorable member is coming up with a new thing. What was asked was the investigative report that is what? Provided. Now he's going into the details and asking for the cost. Thank you.
Honorable, you cannot take the floor when there is a point of order. Honorable members, of course, the order is right, but not relevant in this instance because the member have not asked the cost. He said summary of the report.
Arrested.
What? Yes. What? Can you repeat your question, member for Central Badibu?
My question was simply in brief, in summary, though the report is too big. I said, can he just summarize the causes of the fire incident? This is what I mean.
Okay, you have not seen it. Honorable Minister.
It is unfortunate the report is not with members. We have provided adequate copies as requested, and in that report, the cause of the fire is clearly stated, with recommendations attached to it.
The member for Latikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you mentioned two institutions conduct this investigation, that is the police and the fire service. So we assume that there's going to be a parallel opinions. So can you tell the National Assembly whether there is any dissenting opinions or unanswered questions raised by these two investigators?
There is no dissenting opinion.
Question number 215 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Jokadu. I'm told he has authorized the member for Jara Central to read on his behalf. Jara Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to read this question on behalf of the member for Jokadu. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources inform this August Assembly when the borehole that was dug and sealed 4 years ago in Ker Amadou going to be completed?
Honorable Speaker, the mechanization and installation of the solar-powered water supply system for a borehole at Ker Amadou is within the second phase of the current project. The funding gap requested for the second phase was since submitted to the African Development Bank through the Ministry of Finance, and my ministry will proceed to complete works as and when funds are available.
No supplementary.
Willie, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, would the Honorable Minister be willing to initiate a line item purposely to bring within your budget and initiate to the National Assembly so that we'll be able to appropriate some funds for these remaining boreholes that are left? Would you be willing to do that? Initiate a line item for these remaining boreholes?
The National Assembly is willing to provide the funds. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring the bill. I will.
The member for Central Body will have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, a borehole that has been dug for 4 years, do you have a team that goes and monitor whether they are still useful or not, whether it's going to be in fact safe to be used in the future?
Oh, they are installed and allowed to be used. Testings are always carried out.
Member for Latikuna Sabeji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, one thing common about your project is the funding gap. Now, when your ministry's preparation during project design scope, preparing the BOQ, how many engineers do you employ at your ministry that normally conduct this preparation of this bill of quantities?
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, you know that is a substantive question.
No, he said funding gap.
No.
Okay, now I'll frame my question.
Point of order. There is a point of order by the member for Sabasanja.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on order 43.1. Supplementary questions may be put for the purpose of elucidating an oral answer. And in the answers that are provided by the minister, there is nowhere he mentioned the number of engineers that were in that project designs.
Honorable Member, that is not a relevant standing order you should have quoted. However, I'm going to rule out his question because he's introducing new element. It's the Speaker's responsibility or any member to call either the Vice President, Minister, or Member of Parliament for order. So that's my responsibility. Not so, Member for Serekunda West. Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Water Resources, and National Assembly Matters, I want to thank you sincerely for those answers provided. So you may go now, please. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Clerk, we may proceed.
Thank you. Question for oral answers. Questions for oral answers. The Honorable Minister for Communications and Digital Economy.
Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy, you may please take the podium. Honorable members, questions for which due notices were given by honorable members to the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy for oral reply. Question number 210 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, considering the lifting of the fiber moratorium was conditionally upon Cabinet's approval of infrastructural CIN regulation, and given the report that the Minister of Digital Economic has withdrawn the original regulation previously submitted to Cabinet, could the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economic kindly inform this August Assembly what basis has QCell been permitted to deploy fiber optic cables across the country despite the regulation condition not being fulfilled, and provide the details regarding QCell's upstream internet service provider, and that is from where and how QCell is sourcing its internet connectivity.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor. First and foremost, I concur with you on the statement that the infrastructure sharing regulations were indeed initially presented to the Cabinet by the then overseeing minister, my colleague, Honorable Dr. Ismail Assise, but were later withdrawn following concerns raised by the Honorable Minister of Justice, which required some adjustments. Upon my appointment, I identified additional issues that also needed to be addressed. As a result, I formally requested Cabinet to withdraw the regulations for further revision and more detailed scrutiny. These adjustments have now been completed, and the revised version of the regulations is now submitted to the Cabinet for thorough consideration and adoption. And in fact, for the information of this August Assembly, it is part of the agenda for tomorrow's Cabinet meeting. On the fiber moratorium, as you may be aware, in 2019, Cabinet imposed a moratorium on private operators deploying fiber optic infrastructure. In 2024, private operators and GSC members, Gambia Submarine Cable Company members, submitted a position paper to PURA, that is the regulator, Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, and copied our ministry, raising concerns about the frequent fiber cuts and slow repairs on the Gamtel managed backbone, which hindered service delivery to their customers. They also argued that the moratorium contradicted the technology neutral licensing under the Information Communication Act of 2009, meaning it is illegal. PURA supported their concerns and recommended to our ministry for lifting of the moratorium, in which we decided to take the matter to the Cabinet since the initial decision was made by the Cabinet in 2019. Subsequently, Cabinet approved a full lifting of the moratorium, allowing all operators, meaning all the licensed operators, including QCell, to deploy fiber. However, Cabinet later revised this to a partial and conditional lifting of the moratorium to allow operators deploy fiber strictly for their own backhauling purposes and not customer connections. This was done in the interest of maintaining momentum in network expansion and service improvement. Honorable Speaker, A full lifting of the moratorium is linked to the anticipated approval and adoption of the infrastructure sharing regulations by the Cabinet. It is important to note that after the full lifting, but before the reverse Cabinet decision for partial lifting, the operators, including QCell, have already extensively deployed their own fiber for backhauling their cell sites at various parts of the country. This authorization conveying the partial lifting is not exclusive to QCell. It applies equally to any licensed operator that applies for fiber deployment under the limited framework. Each application is reviewed on the basis of a case-by-case basis by relevant authorities, that is the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, PURA, on the condition that the infrastructure must be used solely for internal service delivery, that is backhauling, and not for resale, leasing, or commercial sale. In the case of QCell, the company applied and was granted approval under that policy. This was supported by an existing government directive inherited upon my assumption in office, which permitted the continuation of such deployment within the prescribed limits. Now, on QCell's upstream internet service provision or provider, Honorable Speaker, with regards to QCell's upstream connectivity, just like all other licensed service providers in the Gambia, QCell sources its international bandwidth through the Gambia Submarine Cable Company, GSC, which manages access to the ACE Africa Coast to Europe submarine cable system. However, Honorable Speaker, in the event that ACE international link goes down, QCell has a redundancy backup, just like all the others, which goes through one of the operators in Senegal to get its internet just like other operators in the Gambia. This is in compliance with PURA's regulatory requirement for a permanent backup of at least 50% or more. This regulatory requirement is for all licensed operators and not for only QCell, but to all mobile network operators and internet service providers in the country. However, we are working with PURA to ensure effective monitoring for compliance with the restriction of utilizing the deployed fiber for backhauling only before the full lifting, which is subject to the approval, adoption, and coming into effect of the infrastructure sharing regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, as you have stated, in terms of the source, meaning when ACE goes down, QCell gets its source from an operator in Senegal. In terms of security, as a digital economic ministry, what can you avail Gambians in terms of connectivity security if such things occur?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, there are terms and conditions that we have outlined, that is the regulator has outlined for those deployments, and those terms and conditions have factored centrally the security issues. Thank you.
Digital Economic Ministry, where the sole partial lifting of the moratorium of fiber is purposely for backhauling. As a ministry, do you have the tools to monitor, to ascertain that service providers are only doing backhauling, instead not connecting directly to customers? If so, what are some of these measures that you could avail us?
The ministry, thank you, Honorable Member. The ministry is not a regulator. We are not monitoring. what these operators are doing. That is the mandate of the regulator, PURA. But like I said, we are working very closely with PURA to ensure there is effective monitoring on their part of what these operators are doing in terms of the backhauling. Thank you.
Member for Woolly East, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, since the lifting of the moratorium, how many operators have been given permit to deploy their cables? Or is it only the QCell? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. QCell, on the records, has applied for the deployment. It is a very costly exercise, by the way. And for that reason, it's only QCell that we have on the record who has applied to roll out, subject to the conditions given to them for backhauling. And that's the information I got from the regulator. Thank you.
Member for Johnson, you can now have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, with your experience with Gamtel, the lifting of the moratorium, is it an advantage or disadvantage to Gamtel?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. We have the Information Communication Act of 2009, which talks about technology neutrality. The last time I appeared before this August Assembly, I made mention of this. That is the law that was passed by this August Assembly, that technology should not be used as a basis for either licensing or restricting service provision anywhere in the world, especially in the Gambia. So it is the requirement of the law that all operators shall be treated fairly and they shall use any technology in the provision of the services that they are licensed to provide. And fiber infrastructure is one of such technologies. And that is the reason why I believe we are doing that. Thank you.
Question number 211 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Honorable Speaker, following recent investigative reports alleging that some U.S. country representatives pressured Gambian officials to fast-track regulatory approval for Starlink by linking the process to a $25 million U.S. aid review. Could the Honorable Minister for Communications, Digital Economy clarify whether the ministry was aware or assessed these alleged diplomatic pressures and what safeguards exist to ensure regulatory decisions on critical digital infrastructure remain insulated from undue foreign influence or aid-related coercion?
Sorry. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. I wish to inform this August Assembly that prior to my appointment as Minister, Starlink submitted a license application to PURA, PURA being the regulatory authority. PURA, after reviewing the application, confirmed that Starlink met all the licensing requirements and forwarded their recommendation to the ministry for approval for Starlink to be issued a VSAT license. A VSAT license. However, by the time the license was ready for signature, I had assumed office. Upon review, I identified several critical issues surrounding the license that required further analysis and broader consultations, including at the level of the cabinet. This process is still ongoing to ensure compliance with the relevant laws of the Gambia and some international regulatory best practices. Honorable Speaker, during this period, both Starlink and the U.S. Embassy contacted our ministry to express concerns about the delay. As such, a meeting was held between my team and them. Interestingly, when we asked whether Starlink satellite service is qualified as a VSAT, before a VSAT license could be issued, Starlink responded in the negative, indicating that it is not a VSAT. As the license presented to me for my signature was indeed framed as a VSAT license, this prompted the need for further reassessment and scrutiny. In addition, while attending the World Bank spring meetings in Washington, D.C., with my ministry's delegation sometime March this year, 2025, through our embassy in Washington, D.C., a request for meeting was sought by both the U.S. State Department and Starlink. The rather strong concerns expressed by the Starlink representatives was on the delay in issuing the Starlink license. I explained that the review and consultation process was in progress and that a decision would be communicated once concluded. I explained that the review and consultation process was in progress and that a decision would be communicated once concluded. Upon my return, journalists from both the U.S. and the Gambia visited the ministry, having heard of the U.S. government's involvement, and we clarified the status and rationale behind the ongoing review. As to the question of diplomatic pressure, interpretations may vary depending on jurisdictions and culture. However, it is true that the U.S. State Department, U.S. Embassy, and Starlink have been very persistent and critical in their follow-ups. Honorable Speaker, the extended review period is due to the disruptive nature of the technology, which demands thorough consideration of its economic, political, social, and security implications before a well-informed decision could be made. This is where we are now. Once a reassessment is complete and a decision is made at Cabinet, Starlink will be informed accordingly. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I want to thank you. Oh, you have a supplementary, Banjul Central. Do you have? No, Banjul Minister, you don't have. Yeah, please go ahead, sir. So, sorry about that. Huh? No, you know, Budget Central, you were quiet, that's why. Usually, once the minister finishes, you can automatically rise to a supplementary. Or he's waiting for, you know, the Njais, they are very calm and disciplined and, you know. They're not like the member for Joshua.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, thanks so much for that important summation, because it's always important to gather facts. part of your reservations when it comes to the idea of you coming in, seeing some of the agreements that had transpired prior to you coming in, and then withdrawing from it. What were other concerns that have to do with not only regulations, but also socio-economic, issues or repercussions that might arise from these type of agreements? And what are the specifics that you are trying to safeguard on that regard?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, thank you for the question. No, if you want to license an entity, you want to apply for a license, the first requirement is you make your application. And in that application, you specify the service you want to provide. There should not be any doubt about the service to be provided. You have to provide also equally the rollout plan. You also have to provide equally your investment plan. You also have to provide equally the standards for the service delivery. Those are measures or criteria which is actually embedded in any license application for a particular service of that nature. We thought at that time that a good number of those areas we needed some clarification. And also the impact of licensing an entity within a given regulatory ecosystem is the requirement for us to look
Honorable
at.
Minister.
So, yes.
Honorable Minister, supplementary are limited to only 2 minutes.
I think the concerns are there. We are still reviewing, and hopefully we will get back to them once we address reviewing them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, when it comes to the legal and procedural clarity, you made mention about VSAT, that Starlink themselves clarified that their service does not qualify for VSAT. Yet the initial application, PURA's recommendation were for VSAT license. Could you clarify how PURA, as a competent regulatory authority, at recommending a VSAT license despite the fundamental mismatches?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Well, at our own ministry's point, we sent questions to both PURA and Starlink, and the answer we received from Starlink is that they are not a VSAT. And if you are not a VSAT, I would possibly not be signing a license instrument which is a VSAT. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor, you have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, I think I will just send this. I think the cabinet and the president knew your potential to keep you longer in this digital economic ministry. Honorable Minister, looking at the status quo of how this Starlink came about, when you came, it was just about to walk into signing. Your review had triggered a lot of issues that you are now regularizing. In the current moment, do you face challenges into making sure the right things happen? If so, what are some of those challenges?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member. We do not face any such challenges at the moment. We are working at ease and on terms we set for ourselves. Once we get everything cleared, we will accordingly consult, inform, or engage Starlink. Thank you.
Member for Joswang, you can now take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for saving this country. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, when it comes to VSAT. You may mention that when you wrote, Stalin replied that they are not VSAT. What was Pura's response on this lesson they sent to you with VSAT name?
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. For the records, we just indicated to Pura that Starlink is not a VSAT, and we were not going to sign a license which is a VSAT. Thank you.
Member for Woolly East, you can take the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, throughout your engagements with the Americans, you've said they engaged you several times, from what I heard. Did at any time during your disengagements, any of these groups mentioned linking Starlink to the US aid, the $25 million US aid? But have they ever mentioned that in your engagements, linking it to it?
Thank you, Honorable Member. You see, unfortunately, I am not in the course of the discussions, we listen very carefully, though I'm not very trained as the foreign ministers or foreign ministry experts or the diplomats. But in the course of the discussions, sometimes references will be made to, we are ready for this, we can help you with this, we can do that. So it's left to the individual to really deduct from that what it means. Thank you.
Member for Brikama South.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you had a lot of engagement in and outside the country by the diplomatic pressure from both the U.S. Embassy and the government with Starlink. What is the current effect of this diplomatic pressure on your ministry?
Honorable Minister, did you mention embassies that you had pressure from? No, please, you can. No. Out of order.
Honorable Speaker, go to the...
No, that is out of order.
No. It's
out of order. Yes, from your end, but not from my end here. Honorable Minister for Digital Economy, Communication and Digital Economy, I want to thank you sincerely for those answers provided. You may leave now. Honorable members, at this point, I want to suspend the assembly for 30 seconds. No, break.
A amongst interested farmers. The government, through Giraffe, will also be constructing 204 kilometers of tar road in a bid to improve market access for agricultural product and produce. These roads will cover most of the administrative regions of the country. We have, however, taken note of the challenges of the farmers in your constituency, which is Upper Salum, and consideration shall be made once funding is available either through GLF or any of the project windows. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, with the 204-kilometer tar road that you are talking about, would it be possible for those areas in Upper Salum, which in totality may be less than even 10 kilometers, for that to be taken care of during this process?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Actually, the 204 kilometers, the project was designed, we're talking about 3 years or so ago, and sites have been identified, they have been surveyed, procurement has been done, and we are almost at the final stage of contract. So those 204 kilometers would probably not be able to divert to Upper Salum. However, in any future project window that has a feeder road component, we will have Upper Salum considered in that project. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that assurance, Honorable Minister. Now, at this juncture, would it be possible for your people on the ground to try at least visit these roads to the rice fields? Because I'm sure if they do, they will have a very clear indication that the potential for us to grow a lot of rice in Upper Salum instead of waiting for the next round. But if they go there right now, they will have a very good idea about the road issue. Would your ministry be willing to at least go and talk to those farmers and then see some of the issues that they have going to those rice fields?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Member, matter of fact, next month I have a 5-day store. We may, however, I can instruct the team in CRR North, that's the Agricultural Directorate in CRR North, to pay an official visit to these mentioned communities and give us a report on the situation of the fields or the roads leading to the fields. So the CRR North agricultural team shall be instructed to visit the area.
Member for Nyanija, you have the floor. I'm not sure if the member for Upper Salum, your neighbor, because he really knew that Nyanija is the breadbasket of Upper Salum. Member for Nyanija, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You know, when you talk about Faros, it's mostly attributed to Nyanija. In fact, their Faros are extended territories from ours. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, these roads you are talking about, does this include in the what, like inside the Faros? Because mostly when you talk about agricultural roads, they only cover the upland. So what we mean here is inside the Faros, whereas it is a bit swampy, sometimes it's very inaccessible.
Thank you, Honorable from Nyanija, and thank you, Honorable Speaker. The roads are supposed to link fields to the markets. So there will be instances where the roads are primarily market driven. They will be leading from the communities to the markets. There are instances where the roads will be leading from the fields, which may include the rice fields. And if rice fields are included, it will definitely go all the way to where the fields are. For example, if you talk about Jahal area, the roads in that area must go all the way into the Jahal Pachar fields. So the fields would be, the roads will be depending on whether they go into the fields or they go into the market. But those that are targeting the fields will definitely be getting all the way to the fields, whether it's muddy or it's upland.
Thank you. A member for Latikunda Sabeji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, some of your projects do have the road construction components. And looking at the key competence of your ministry as far as road construction is concerned, at what level of those projects do you engage the NRA? And can you also tell us the extent of such collaboration?
Honorable Member, no, please, that one is ruled out.
He mentioned they have 204-kilometer road construction project.
It's Upper Salum. This one is about opposite, not about roads, engineering.
No,
No.
you don't listen to the minister. He said they have a road,
No.
a 200 and something road construction
Yes.
project.
No.
That's what the minister mentioned.
No, no, no.
Honorable Speaker, that is what the minister mentioned.
I said no.
I will not sit down. You see, sometimes you bring.
Take your
Point of
seat,
order.
my brother. You will not sit, take a seat. I said, okay. Okay. Central Badibu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, your response to Upper Salu, it seems that the entire rice-growing communities are facing the same challenge. Do you have a holistic, plan to see to it that we reclaim the furrows that has been already taken by salt intrusion, but including Badibu?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member, for Badibu. Actually, the ministry has a holistic approach. One is the development and distribution of salt-tolerant rice varieties, which NARI is working hard on. And I think in my answer to Honorable Minister for Upper Salum, I said the ministry has procured 27 metric tons of salt-tolerant rice varieties to be distributed nationwide in affected ecologies. That is one. Two, NARI already is working on reversal techniques where they are reclaiming hectares of land using modern technologies, where those lands, even though they are salt intruded, the lands can be used for production of crops. And in a subsequent question, I think there are subsequent questions that has similar footings. We will be able to explain exactly where NARI is doing this, which exact community. But NARI is working on reclamation techniques. Thank you.
Member for Wulli East, you have the floor now.
Yes, yes, we have a lot of furrows. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, some of the projects that you are running, like GIRAP, etc., have road component. Are these 200 and so roads part of those projects, or they are separately just meant for other rice fields, different from the projects?
No, his question is of course, rice field in Salem is about those roads. The minister mentions about the project. He's asking if that also have a component of roads. No. Minister, go ahead and provide an answer.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member for Wulli, actually we have 204 kilometers, not 204 roads. However, these roads are meant for, in my answer, for either towards market access or to field access. And your area in CRR, that is the URR North, is a beneficiary of these feeder roads. I won't be able to mention specific communities of head, but I'm sure you are aware of the fact that some communities in Wulli are beneficiaries of these upcoming feeder roads, which we expect to kickstart very soon. Thank you.
Question number 193 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Serekunda West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Livestock and Food Security inform this Assembly on some of the successes and, if any, hurdles affecting the multi-million dollars small ruminant project a couple of years ago?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Serekunda West. The small ruminant project actually is ongoing, And I'm pleased to inform the honorable member that the small ruminant project over the years of implementation has registered quite a number of successes across the project intervention site. Some of the successes are as follows. One, conducted and supported 2 nationwide vaccination campaigns for the Department of Livestock Service to prevent PPR and pasteurellosis. These are diseases that kill small ruminants. In this vaccination campaigns, 452,184 sheep were vaccinated, which is 82% of our sheep population. 553,321 goats were vaccinated. During this process, 46,786 farmers were beneficiaries. Also, in this small ruminant project, 20 watering facilities for animals to access clean drinking water were constructed in the entire length and breadth of this country, 20 of them from Kili in West Coast all the way to Sarisilere in Wuli. 20 community pastures were also established across the country. We also constructed and equipped for the Department of Livestock Service a modern laboratory capable of diagnosing up to 20 animal diseases from where they were when they were only able to diagnose one disease, which was PPR. Now the lab has the capacity to diagnose up to 20 animal diseases. The project has also constructed a training and demonstration center for Department of Livestock, including breeding and fattening scheme at YBK. 412 animals supplied at the YBK breeding and fattening schemes, and a 6-hectare pasture field was provided with borehole and sprinklers. Rehabilitation of modern animal pens at Walik, Keneba, and the construction of 8-hectare pasture plot with borehole and accessories for the breeding scheme in Keneba. 824 animals supplied with drugs, supplementary feed at the Walik breeding scheme in ITC Center in Kepsering. 30 breeding and 30 fattening schemes are being constructed across the country by the Small Ruminant Project. 10 livestock markets have been constructed by the Small Ruminant Project. 15 veterinary drug outlets to be constructed, and 10 have already been completed across the country. 10 slaughterhouses have been constructed across the country, and 10 meat stalls have also been constructed. The Small Ruminant Project also constructed 2 mini dairies, one in Basse and one in Farafenye, and 3 milk collection points, one located in Dutabulu. The Small Ruminant Project also created a line of credit for small ruminant value chain actors to access credit. $168 million at the time was $3 million was deposited at Supersonic and the Gambia Teachers Union Credit Union for small ruminant actors to access financing. In terms of policy and institutional support, the Small Ruminant Project delivered to the Department of Livestock Services 3 vehicles, 23 motorbikes, 100 tablets, and 6 desktops. The project also delivered to the Gambia Livestock Marketing Agency 7 motorcycles and also supported them in their Tobaski ram sales activity. Also offered scholarship for Gilma staff to the level of master's degree. For support to Walik, which is the West Africa Livestock Innovation Center in Kersering, they received 1 vehicle, 1 laptop, and a desktop. The communication unit of the Ministry of Agriculture was supported with communication equipment, and also the Small Ruminant Project helped the ministry to develop the National Livestock Master Plan and sector strategy. In the course of the implementation, like your question indicated, there were some challenges, and those include 1, difficulty in managing multiple lots by certain contractors. Contractor delay is not unique to the Ministry of Agriculture, it's cutting across, but it is one of the challenges that the project faced. Of course, delay also from the bank in processing no objections. The communication between the project and the bank, the response time from the bank is less than optimal. Lengthy procurement processes because of change of personnel at the level of the bank, especially in their procurement unit, and inadequate GLF support, GLF contribution to the project. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, thank you. I have no further question.
Question number, the member for Latikunda Sabaji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you have given a very good project scope. Let's now talk about sustainability. What are the long-term sustainability plans for the intervention introduced by this small regional project in terms of knowledge transfer and infrastructure?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member for Latikunda. When you talk about sustainability and knowledge transfer, I think in my answers, I have explained how much capacity they've developed in the laboratory services of the Department of Livestock Service. I think that is meant to help the core staff of the department for sustainability purpose. Of course, the support they gave to Gilma and Walik is all meant towards sustainability. But of course, in the fattening and breeding schemes that we built, these farmers, each of them receive 70 sheep at no cost. And what that will do is to empower those farmers to be able to continue with the breeding and fattening scheme. And also the educational component where they've offered scholarship to staff at Gilma up to the level of master's degree. All this is geared towards picking it up when the company, when the project wraps up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Central Badibu, you can have the floor now.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, will you be able to identify the list of communities or the places that you establish these animal projects for tracking purpose? And besides, are they operational? You mean if you go there, are they still having sheep or goats with them? So we want to know the progress of those centers for the communities.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. If your question is asking about the beneficiaries of the livestock market or the beneficiaries of the breeding or fattening schemes? Thank you. The breeding and fattening schemes, like I said, are 30. If you want me to mention them, they will start from the West Coast. Wasadung, Tumani Tenda, Penyem, Buyam, they are all in the West Coast. Sankandi, Japine, Tuanyataba are in the LRR. Sare Biramkunda and Jamekunda are in the North Bank. Njabakunda, Leuna are in the North Bank, plus Chairman. Kunting, Dobo, and Fori are in the CRR North, including Dembakale, Sambang Fulakunda, Galemanda, Amdalai, Dankunku, Yeroberekunda, Boyram, Mahmud Fana, Sutukoba, Sare Mamadi, Bantunding, Sankaberi, and Madina Yero. All these 30 communities are beneficiaries of the breeding and fattening scheme that you can visit and see either the pens or the animals.
Question number 194 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Latikunda Sabaji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, it appears that the construction of 2 modern agro-logistics centers were awarded to 2 international firms, Lumiere Prestations Group and Probatim. Could the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Livestock and Food Security inform this August Assembly on the procurement process of this project and the eventual award of the contract?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Latikunda. I'm pleased to inform the Honorable Member that the procurement process regarding the agro-logistics centers contract was done through international competitive bidding as per the procurement procedures of the World Bank. The call for expression of interest, EOI, was published in the local newspapers on the 5th of March 2024 to the 15th of April 2024. And those newspapers are the Standard, the Foroya, and the Voice, and the World Bank website for international circulation. The bid opening and evaluation were done by the Contracts Committee of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Food Security. Upon the bank's issuance of a no objection, contracts were awarded, negotiated, and signed for work to commence soon afterwards. A complete 10-page evaluation report of this whole procurement process have been sent to the Office of the Clerk for attention to the Honorable Member for Latikunda Asabiji if details are needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. What I want to confirm, when the committee visited these 2 sites, the contract is only awarded to foreign firms. There is no joint venture. Now my question is, who prepared the bid document? The criteria set in the bid document, was it the ministry or the World Bank?
Thank you very much. As always, donor-funded projects, the bidding document is prepared by the staff of the ministry and the CPCU and sent to the World Bank for a no objection. They will do the evaluation and send a no objection. So apparently, yes, it's prepared by the staff of the ministry and CPCU, but of course with input from the World Bank and seeking a no objection.
So is the ministry, in essence, that refused to involve, that refused to put in criteria joint venture so that these international companies can do this job with Gambian contractors?
I will not say the ministry staff refused because there were Gambians who applied for the contract. So this contract was not restricted to foreigners. In fact, apart from those two companies you mentioned, the rest of the 5, because there were 7 applicants, the rest of the 5 were all Gambians. Unfortunately, these 2 were the most responsive. They were evaluated by Gambians, staff of the ministry and CPCU, and their financial proposal were the most responsive. And since it is an international bidding, it wasn't specifically for Gambian companies. The World Bank gave a no objection for them to be awarded.
Question number 195 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Livestock and Food Security furnish this August Assembly with the reasons why the Gambia cannot reach its target in food self-sufficiency, and how many tons of groundnut were bought by the central government from Gambian farmers, including the modalities and framework established, enhance production and processing so as to develop the agricultural industry?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Bakau. I'm pleased to inform the Honorable Member that during the 2024-2025 groundnut trade season, the National Food Security Processing and Marketing Corporation spent $993,514,711 to procure groundnut with an expected tonnage of 25,088 tons. However, a total of 23,672 tons of clean groundnut was received at the corporation's depot across the country. To enhance the processing of groundnut, the following key measures are being instituted. One is the commissioning of a modern processing plant. The NFSPMC has almost completed the construction of a state-of-the-art groundnut processing plant strategically located at the headquarters at Saro, supported by the Gambia government and the ISDB. 2 is the cogeneration plant for sustainability. A cogeneration plant powered by groundnut shell will also be installed to provide reliable energy for processing operations, thereby ensuring sustainability and reducing costs. 3 is the strengthening of partnership with Department of Cooperative Development. Work closely with the Department of Cooperative Development to strengthen the CPMS, that's the cooperative societies, in the buying and processing of groundnut at the level of the SECOs. As far as food security drive is concerned, as per your question, the government is engaged in several land development endeavors, mechanization, transplanters to harvesters, supply of high-yield rice and maize seeds at no cost to farmers, supply of herbicides for free, storage and drying facilities are being constructed. Production has increased by 14% from 2023 to 2024, and it has been the same a year before that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, out of my question, I understand part of my first part of my question is not answered. That is the reasons why the Gambia cannot reach its target in food self-sufficiency.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Reaching food self-sufficiency is a process, and that's the process I try to explain to you. It's not, there's a target, and the target is to reach rice self-sufficiency by 2030. That's the target of the government. And the process that will get us there is what I was trying to explain to you. That is, one, the government is engaged in a lot of land development endeavors. And once land is developed, the next thing that you will have to get right is the mechanization process. And if you've been following the news, you probably have seen the amount of equipment that the government is distributing at no cost to farmers, which included of late combined harvesters, and of course with automated rice transplanters. And also part of the process is making sure that the seeds we use are high yield, climate smart. And the government has procured over 150,000 metric tons this year of high yield rice seeds, which we have distributed to farmers at no cost. So the process is ongoing. The target is 2030, and the trajectory is positive because, like I said in my answer, the increment was 14% from 2023 to 2024, and we expect an increment from year on year out. Thank you.
Question number 196 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Jokado. And Jara Central will read on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to read this question on behalf of the member for Jokado. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Livestock and Food Security inform this August Assembly when is the from the giraffe project identified in Ker Omar Sen and the road linking the garden to the main highway, precisely Kuntaya, going to start? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member from Jokado. I'm pleased to inform you that all identified access roads as per the giraffe project are at the procurement stage, and Ker Omar Sen is no exception. Both the technical and financial openings are completed, awaiting evaluation and finalization with the bank, and for contracts to be awarded. The road in question is a 7-kilometer road from Kuntaya to Ker Amadou, then to Ker Omar Sen. For the gardens, all contracts have been awarded and work has commenced on all the sites. For Jokado alone, 3 gardens were allocated. That is Tuba Agroforestry Youth Garden, Tambana Tesito Youth, and the Ker Omar Sen Modest Crop Garden that you are talking about. In the Ker Omar Sen Garden specifically, the balls have been dug, the multipurpose building has been erected, fencing is yet to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for your laudable efforts. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Question number 197 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Ileasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if we could recall, the last crop season was a failure as far as groundnut production was concerned. Could the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Livestock and Food Security update this August Assembly whether his ministry has any plan to assist farmers with groundnut seeds?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Ileasa. I'm pleased to inform you, Honorable Member, that my ministry, in recognition of the situation that prevailed in the last groundnut production season, did a rapid field assessment with partners and relevant institutions to determine the magnitude of the groundnut production challenges. The report was submitted for consideration, notwithstanding the GAF-SP project, which is under the Ministry of Agriculture, has procured over 50 metric tons of groundnut seeds and are being distributed across the intervention sites by the Department of Agriculture Extension workers as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No further question.
Question. Oh. Member for Central Badibu, you have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we know that Gambians entirely depend on groundnut cultivation, farmers, most of them. Now, and you know that last season was a bit kind of failure. But do you think that it's not prudent for you to come up with a loan scheme for farmers so that they can go and buy groundnut as they wish? Because sometimes your groundnut comes in a time that is very late, or what comes is not enough to be shared.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member for Badibu Central. When you talk about loan scheme for farmers, I will applaud you for that person. The ministry has a project, that is the Gamisal project, that is ongoing and is working with commercial banks to be able to de-risk agricultural lending to enable farmers to access loans. That is ongoing, but also the SDF, we've deposited a substantial amount from our regional rice value chain project for farmers to access loans at the SDF. So all these things are ongoing, and farmers are aware of the possibilities of accessing loan. Of course, it's not enough, and the publicity may not be enough. We are putting efforts to enlighten farmers on these possibilities. However, access to finance is evolving as we go. Credit availability to farmers is still a challenge in this country, and that's because our traditional banks have always seen agriculture as a risky venture. The trends are changing, and I think we are working towards that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Woolly East, the floor is yours now.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as you know, the failure of the groundnut season was not entirely the issue of seeds. I believe insecticides also have damaged certain groundnuts. Did your ministry put into consideration to support farmers to deal with this infestation?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Woolly East. Actually, like I said in my answer, after the season, we constituted an expert team to study what led to the downtrend in the yield for groundnut. Pesticide was not on the list of causes. In fact, top on the agenda, top on the list of the potential causes for the low yield of groundnut was attributed to climate change and the dry spell that occurred at the pegging stage of the groundnut. And this is attributed to climate change, which we have very little control over. So as a ministry, what we can do, one, is to work on, and already work has started with NARI, the introduction of new groundnut varieties that may be high yield and also be drought resistant and be climate smart. The second thing is to procure nuts to support the farmers since they've got lost in yield. Most of them probably don't have their own seeds. So the government procured 50 metric tons of seed to support farmers, and while the research is ongoing for the introduction of new seed varieties that may be climate resilient. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further supplementary question? That's all. Member for Same, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your response, you mentioned that you have already going to distribute about 50 tons of groundnut, if I'm right. So now, how is your ministry going to distribute that to the farmers?
Thank you. I said the Gambia Agriculture and Food Security Project, that's GAFFP, has procured 50 metric tons and are being distributed across the country in the project intervention sites by the extension staff of the Department of Agriculture. So the ministry is going to distribute it through the Department of Agriculture. They are on the ground. They are located countrywide. They know most of the master farmers. They also know in the intervention sites the most deserving farmers. So we leave it to the Department of Agriculture in collaboration with, in consultation, of course, with farmer associations to do the distribution. Thank you.
Question number 198 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Janjambure. I understand he's briefed and he authorized the member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of member for Janjambure, Honorable Speaker, sometimes in 2024, the President made a public remark on purchase of 200 tractors through the Land Ministry to support farmers. Could the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Livestock, Food Security update this August Assembly on the number of tractors purchased, evidence of scheme, evidence of bidding, avert evidence of bid selection, evidence of all payments, and list of farmers selected across the country?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member from Bakau. I'm pleased to inform the Honorable Member from Janjambure that the bidding of 180 tractors and not 200 has been completed and complied with both the GPPA Act and the regulation as per the guidelines of procurement. The method used for the procurement was open tender, which was advertised on the local newspapers Foroya Point Voice Standard for a period of 1 month from the 2nd to the 31st of July 2024. The procurement unit received submissions of 4 bids and 4 companies, namely Yona Espas, Gach, and Yemping, which is an agricultural company, Chinese. Bid opening by the contract committee was done in the presence of all the bidders. A detailed evaluation was conducted. Yona and Gach happened to be the most responsive bidders and were awarded the contract for the supply of and delivery of 90 tractors each, making a total of 180. The contract were signed by all parties, and as per the payment terms, government initially supposed to pay 25%, but due to budgetary constraint, the Ministry of Finance allocated 12.5%, and that is equivalent to $27 million to each of these contractors, and that payment has been effected. Thus, communication was exchanged between the parties, and the ministry has informed the contractors to supply at least half if what they have received in payment is half. Yona has already agreed to supply the initial 60, and 30 is already in country being assembled, while the other 30 is expected in a week or 2. Communication has also been sent to the second contractor, which is Gach, to supply a minimum of 45 since he has received half of his payment. Currently, we have received the bill of lading from Yona Enterprise, confirming the arrival of the first 30, like I told you, and the other 30 on its way. Beneficiaries are being selected in consultation with the Department of Agriculture, Master Farmers Association, and the Gambia Farmers Union. And beneficiaries include the military, of course, all other, the civilians, and individuals and organizations are all part of the beneficiary list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, can you furnish this August Assembly what criteria we are used to distribute these said tractors to farmers?
Thank you very much, Honorable. The set of criteria is guided by consultation, like I said, by the Department of Agriculture, the Master Farmers Association, and the Gambia Farmers Union. As we speak, the list is being developed, it's not finalized, and like I said, it includes both individuals and organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Since the main question is requesting for the evidence of these bidding documents, if you can provide that to the August body.
I don't know which document you are requesting for.
Evidence of scheme, evidence of bidding, the bidding documents.
It by answer that the bidding documents were published in the newspaper, and I have quoted the date when these newspapers were published, from the 5th to the 31st of June 2024.
What
Thank you.
I'm saying is the main question is requesting.
Thank
is
you, Honorable
requesting
Member. Thank you. Thank you. Member for Woolly East, you can now have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, if there are farmers in group or they are individuals and they want to get into this scheme, how would they take up? Is it going to the regional agriculture center or is it to the cooperative? Where do they start? Is it to the ministry? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, potential beneficiaries, like was announced publicly, would be responsible for paying 25% upfront, which is around $585 to $600,000. So farmers that have the capacity to handle and use a tractor, and farmers that have the financial muscle to pay a down payment of that amount and are interested in the scheme should contact their nearest regional agricultural directorate. Thank you.
Member for Central Balibu, you can take the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, the said tractors, are they coming with all the accessories, like the plow, the trailer, or with the combine harvester, or what?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, the package includes the tractor, the plow, and the trailer. Every other accessory will be optional and will be available if you want to procure from the importer, the contractor himself. But what is in the package is the tractor and the plow plus the trailer. Thank you.
Latikunda Sabiji, member, you can take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, when we evaluate, we always have three things in mind: administrative, technical, and financial. Can you tell us the financial variation between all these bidders? Why it was awarded to the lowest responsive? Can we know the financial variation between the bidders?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think if you're asking for financial variation, I will not be able to know that offhand. There is no way anybody will be able to remember bidding documents that were done a year ago, what the financial variations are. However, if you want the documents supplied to your office, just like we are supplying you with the documents regarding the procurement of the agro-logistics center, my ministry will be happy to send them to the office of the clerk.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Same, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, these tractors given to the farmers, who are going to be responsible of maintenance? Is it the ministry or the farmers?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Same. Once the tractor is allocated to you and you've paid your down payment, the tractor is partly your own and partly owned by the ministry until when you pay off your balance. Once balance is paid off, the tractor will completely be in your name and you will be fully responsible. However, the beneficiary of the tractor is responsible for the tractor maintenance, 100%. Thank you.
Question number 199 of 2025 by the Honorable Member for Nyamina West.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Livestock and Food Security inform the August Assembly if his ministry has any development plans for the people of Nyamina West, particularly through the Giraffe Project and Small Ruminant Project, and provide a list of beneficiary communities, if any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Nyamina West. Yes, we have a development plan. As for the country, national development plan, we would not have a constituency-specific development plan. However, I am pleased to inform you that the ministry is aware of the challenges encountered by our farmers, especially livestock farmers, and through the Small Ruminant Project, we've intervened in most of the region, including Nyamina West. The following interventions have been done and are currently being done in Nyamina West. One, a livestock watering facility was built in Sokunda with a capacity of 20,000 liters. A breeding scheme in Sambang, one in Sambang, and being operated by one Mr. Sow, was supplied with 70 animals worth $1.7 million plus feed and medication at no cost. Another individual pasture was built in Saragainako, being operated by one Mr. Jallo. Another individual pasture field was built in Katamina, operated by one Mr. Njai, and another pasture field built in the same Katamina by one Mr. Built for one Mr. Damfa. I want to omit their first names just for privacy. The Roots project is also supporting the rice fields in Sokunda. Nyamina West benefited from the nationwide animal vaccination. Nyamina West also benefited from the nationwide seed distribution. When you talk about matching grant, one Mr. Jadama in Sambang Mandinga benefited and received $8,000 as a matching grant from our projects. All these and so many others were things that the government of the Gambia has done in Nyamina West. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'm grateful. This question will now link me to would your projects, line ministry project coordinators invite honorable MPs during presentation? This would have allowed me to know all these.
Honorable member, honorable member, you are out of order. You are out of order. The honorable member for Fonyi Bintang Karana, you can take the floor now.
Look, I have one more. Or except if
you have one more. Yes, you have one more. You have one more. You have one more. All right, member for Fonyi Bintang Karana, you can.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, it is as if you have taken all the giraffe project to Nyamina West. Why that, Honorable Minister? If you don't hear it, let me ask you again. No, it's not a rule out. No, it's not a statement, it's a question. You should understand between
Honorable member, address the speaker. Ignore them.
Honorable Speaker, it is as if the Honorable Minister for Agriculture have taken all the giraffe project to Nyamina West. Why that, Honorable Minister?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In fact, you personally were a beneficiary of the giraffe project last year. I think we gave you free seats personally. So I don't think it is true that we took the whole of giraffe project to Nyamina because you personally was a beneficiary last year.
No, Honorable Speaker, you are misleading.
Honorable member, you cannot do that kind of thing. You ask a question and he's responding, you are speaking to your mic and making those unacceptable statements. Honorable Minister, please continue.
No, like I said, the giraffe project is operating countrywide. It is benefiting almost every community in this country. And Nyamina West happens to benefit very less. In fact, most of these things I mentioned are from the Small Ruminant Project. But the Fonyi Bintang that the honorable member represent are a major beneficiaries of the giraffe project because Kili is located in your constituency. And Kili is one of the places where a watering facility was constructed. And the beneficiaries of the seed supply, including your honorable self, in Fonyi Bintang, means we are doing nationwide assistance. So thank you very much.
Speaker, this is not fair to me. You use my question.
Can you afford? No. Honorable members, on your behalf, I want to thank the Minister for Agriculture, Food Security and Livestock for those answers provided. Honorable Minister, you may go now. Honorable members, we have two ministers of Health and Lands and Regional Government, and in total they have 12 questions. Do you want us to continue or to break for lunch? You want us to break for lunch? How many minutes? How many minutes, honorable members? What's the time now? Can we resume at 4:35? What's the time now? Oh, yeah, it's 2. Can we resume 3:35? I wanted to say 3:35. Sorry about that. The House is adjourned. The House is adjourned or suspended till 3:35.